trying to get it together. I'll turn on this camera, but got my wisdom teeth taken out yesterday, and it is an interesting feeling, to say the least. I suppose that will do. That will suffice. Let me flip it quick. Something like that. Or should I? I don't think it should matter. Right. Let's just do this shit. So, let's just do this shit. And again, forgive the voice and the lighting. I don't need a bright light in my face right now. But I started I don't even think I got past the intro, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna lay in bed sick talking to myself. While my mouth is hurting, like I might as well just pick up a mic and do the same thing, but then I had to do everything else. But like, it's still been an interesting ride so far to try to get a little bit quicker with this. Alright. So apparently these two have a sordid past of some sort. Anyway, and okay. I didn't realize we were using it. I don't know a whole lot about Candace or this gentleman. I know a little bit about Piers, but I don't know. I'm interested to see where this title where this title becomes necessary to be said, I suppose.
Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. And I'm speaking directly to you, Rabbi Shmuley.
You have
She hit him with Revelations, what is it, 3:8? I'd hate to say it wrong. We might as well look it up. Real quick, like, right, is it? Excuse me, folks, while I type this up. 3938 is what I was thinking. Um, uh, yeah. Which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet. People who are actually of Semitic and ancestry. But that's kind of crazy that she would. You gotta pray for that girl right there. I'm telling you, because that's kind of wild. Like that's like I don't. We'll see where that comes across in this, because it's the intro, that right. So see how it gets to the situation where she, I mean, to me, pulls out. But there's reasons why they don't trust any book but the first 5 books or whatever. But we don't need to get into that right now. We can keep watching here. Maybe.
The Jewish community beginning to call her not Candace Owens, but Candace Ovens.
People can see and hear evil, and what you are doing right now is an act of evil. We all recognize that Rabbi Shmuley is unhinged.
Candace Owens never met Michael Jackson. I was his rabbi for 2 years. She said that I killed him, that she would say the Jews killed Michael Jackson. You never said that I threatened to murder you?
No, I never said that you threatened to murder me. Don't cut me off. I did not cut you off.
Now she's fact-checking it? You're kidding me, right?
We'll wait for you, so give me 1 second.
I don't have a computer on me.
The Israeli Defense Force had dropped more bombs on Gaza than were dropped on Dresden. That is true.
Interesting. Interesting setup so far in intros. A little intrigue. Probably the most inflammatory comments taken out of context on both sides to hook you in. And then assume that you'll be able to, actually stick around and pay attention and see if it was used properly in context and not jump to conclusions as to how you feel about this person. But it's entertaining.
True. You accept that, Rabbi Shmuley?
You know, Piers, I find
Would you
this an
accept it?
astonishing debate.
You asked.
Wait,
asked for the proof.
Wait. First of all,
You accept that's true?
First of all, I don't. Wait. What do you mean it's true? Because she said it's true?
The war in Gaza is barreling towards a grim anniversary. This deadly year, sparked by a terrorist atrocity and met with an often merciless response, has changed the way that many people think about an historic dispute. Never in our life.
I just want to make sure. Yeah, this is uncensored. Piers Morgan. Doing quite well for himself.
Lifetimes has there been such active debate about Israel's role in the modern world and whether the United States and its allies should back it. Protests and counter-protests have brought anti-Semitism to the fore, along with the charge that it sometimes insulates Israel from criticism. My next two guests have vivid opinions on these big issues and have had a very public feud. We're bringing them together for what we intend, I hope, to be a proper debate. The topics will be the Israel-Hamas war, anti-Semitism in public life, American involvement in Israel, and Israeli involvement in the United States. And we'll even talk about Michael Jackson, who is relevant to this debate. Both guests will get roughly equal speaking time and a chance to question.
Why is a pop star relevant to this debate? I wonder if people really believe that Mike was like them. Because I'm not sold on the idea. I loved Cat Williams' stand up just as much as anybody. But like, no, I don't think that was him. Just like Dave Chappelle didn't do crack and lose his mind and then flee to Africa. You know, the system was protecting itself from scrutiny, which is just good business, right? And that's what you can see in a lot of streamers and a lot of people who become public figures anyway. It's like protecting the image comes before actually being a good person. I don't know. You gotta assume it's not everybody, though. But some people seem go.
Question each other. Speaking of the other guest is not encouraged. Ad hominem attacks are strongly discouraged. But knowing these two as I do, I can make no promises. Returning to Uncensored, host of the Candace podcast, Candace Owens, and the author of the Israel Warrior and the Michael Jackson tapes, Rabbi Shmuley. So welcome to both of you. First of all, it's great you're doing this. You've had a public feud for a couple of years now. You've torn into each other in various forums. This is your chance to take each other on. And at the center of this, as I said in the intro there, is a very serious global story, which is the Israel-Hamas war and all the complexities that come away from that. I want to give you both the chance to make an opening statement. So Rabbi Shmuley, you won the toss. We didn't really actually toss, but we both agreed you can do this. You go first. Your opening remarks.
Thank you, Piers, for having me, and Candace, thank you for debating me. I have spent my life bringing together the Black and Jewish communities. Emphasizing that we share not only a history of shared persecution, but of spiritual promise. Today we debate an American tragedy, a woman of unique eloquence who has abused that eloquence to become simultaneously the foremost anti-Black rhetorician in all of the United States and the foremost anti-Semite in America. The statements that Candace has made against her own community, that they cry wolf and constantly say that they're victims of racism. Her attacks on George Floyd, a man who was suffocated to death for a $20 counterfeit note saying that he was a horrible human being. A woman who went up in front of CPAC and said, "I was never a slave in America," as if that's the only form of discrimination.
I'm not. How are we starting a debate like this? This person is a anti-Black, anti-Jewish person, and I've spent my life trying to bring the Black and Jewish community together. Yo, homie is performing. He's performing. At least that's how it seems to me. I want to see how this, because Candace is quick, so like I'm interested to see how this goes. This is my first time like literally watching this, so I'm gonna try to pick through what I can.
is what has led her community to call her not Candace, but Candace, the first ever female black woman who appears in her rhetoric against blacks, calling LeBron James dumb and stupid, an icon to the black community, as Candace. Simultaneously, you have the Jewish community beginning to call her not Candace Owens, but Candace Ovens, because
What the fuck? You cannot make this shit up, bro. Like, I mean, I it's just Tylenol and ibuprofen, but maybe I'm tripping. My mouth does hurt, but like, I don't think that's hurting my logic right now. This is the weirdest opening for like a debate I've ever seen. Let me just jump right out there and say all the and Candace just like alright, let's see.
her Goebbels-style rhetoric against Jews, that Jews are nearly all pedophiles. The State of Israel will set up a Theodor Herzl, a pedophile, as a haven for pedophiles. That Judaism is a demonic, satanic cult that only protects pedophiles. And by the way, her absolute obsession with Jewish sexuality and Jewish genitalia, the first lady of France, Brigitte Macron's genitalia, is disturbing. It's one of the reasons.
Now, this one is I'm not going to exactly search much deeper for any context on. There are plenty of rituals that are still done today by many mainstream religions that are questionable. Can that be agreed upon?
Reasons I think she hates Sigmund Freud so much, because she's a Freudian field dream in terms of his arguments that the greater the sexual suppression and repression, the greater we see violence. But when you say that the Jews killed JFK because he was about to ostracize Israel, when you
This is tough. Like, this is... How long has this been? Okay, so Piers probably got done talking 2.5 minutes ago. Bruh. Makes me think he's scared of what she's gonna say to him, like where he's come out with this nuclear offensive security strategy, like just scorch everything, fuck it.
invent all of these fabrications out of whole cloth, what is the result? The result is the demonization of Jews that leads to violence. Piers, just 1 week ago, 2 days after Candace falsely accused me, as she has for 2 years, of being a murderer, of threatening to kill her, something for which she will face legal action, because you cannot malign a rabbi and his daughter as murderers. 2 days later, I was swatted in my house, where 5 police cars had to break into my house because Mayor Michael Wilds of Englewood, New Jersey, received an email arguably from one of Candace's followers after she said essentially what Henry II says: "Who will rid me of this troublesome priest?" which leads directly to the murder of Thomas Becket, who today is a Catholic saint, of course. We were swatted, and the FBI...
It just keeps going. I gotta get some water. My goodness. I'm dying over here. I mean, not literally, but like, man, I don't. I do not. Yeah, take it nice and easy. So I apologize. Let's mute that thing. tell you a nigga was parched, like, I don't think it's descriptive enough to explain the joy of that thirst being extinguished. Especially when you got 4 giant assholes in the back of your mouth. Oh shit, let's jump back in, man. I am not rewinding in this motherfucker at all. This is maybe if Candace had something nice, but other than that, this dude seems like he practiced this shit.
Is now investigating Candace's rhetoric. They're investigating.
Rabbi Shmuley, I'm interrupting because you've now
wait. Just
you've now
wait.
been speaking for 3
one
minutes.
final point.
So Candace will get exactly the same amount of time. It's up to you, but it's an opening statement, right? And what I would say.
May I just say finally, if I may?
Well, if it's quick,
The biggest issue I have with Candace, to be honest, is that she claims to be a Christian. Candace, didn't Jesus say you're supposed?
What? Isn't that just a wild thing to say to somebody from another religion? But again, like, let's just see.
Supposed to love your enemies? Is the love you show me that you call me filth twice on the last show that you did with Piers a piece of filth? You're supposed to love your enemies. Is that turning the other cheek? And Piers, you're an English gentleman. I've known you for many years. You allowed her to say that without even a piece of filth. When Jesus said that you're supposed to turn the other cheek, where have you ever turned the other cheek? When Jesus said that the meek shall inherit the earth, the arrogance, the nonstop attack against Jews, the demonization. If you are a Christian, then I am the second coming of Christ.
Okay, that's 4 minutes you spoke.
Okay. I feel like to say that, it's sort of an antichrist type of statement to make, isn't it? I'm not 100%, but maybe this medicine is making me feel pretty good. Is it Candace's turn yet? These were opening statements. Fuck.
Spoken to, and out of fairness, Candace, if you want to use 4 minutes to respond.
Like, no bullshit. I got parched. It was like his performance was draining the life out of me a little bit. I can't lie to you, because all of a sudden, like, all I needed was a sip of water. And right after I got it, that's when Piers jumped in and was like, yo, this is opening statement. So I'm like, okay, I ain't crazy. This nigga taking, and he's just like going off on tangents and just throwing out personal shots. I'm like, what is happening right now? Is this about her stance on a political topic, or are you just like, you don't like her? What are we here for? Exactly. And this is the beginning. Like, there's no way. An hour? Yo, I cannot promise I will watch all of this shit. I will go to sleep. Like, but Candace usually is like, again, will carry a show. She is highly entertaining, but It's like we got to suffer through all the Piers and all the fucking. Who is this person again? But them's. But it'll probably be worth it. So let's see how it goes.
You can. All I would note, Rabbi Shmuley, is you've spent 4 minutes personally attacking Candace Owens. I set this up as a debate about what is happening with the Israel-Hamas war, anti-Semitism, and so on and so on. You've turned it all completely, immediately, into an ad hominem onslaught against Candace.
How could you possibly say that? You
I'm not. Well, I guess just like anything else, like there's people who climb ladders, you know. But how could you say that? I feel like. Can I zoom in on it real quick? Let me test myself a little bit. This is what I'm looking at like right now. Really? Goodness. Okay. I gotta fix it. I gotta fix it before we continue, or I'll mess it up. Oh my god, I can only imagine what my voice sounds like right now. That's yeah, that's that. But let's try not to think about it, and just continue this. See if we get to a point where any kind of debate is taking place.
You are speaking to a woman who says the Jews are a ring of demonic pedophiles, and you're saying that I have no right to defend my people? You know, Piers, you have to stop this once and for all. There was nothing ad hominem at all.
All right.
When Candace says that the black community...
So, am I wrong to think that he is? He's scared of her to talk. Like he'll take any invitation to talk more with Piers and to continue to bash her, but while saying he's not. Let's let's see how this goes.
You've had your say.
Is a bunch of crybabies.
Okay.
Everything I said was policy. I could not disagree more.
Candace will now get the same amount of time if you want it, Candace, to respond.
Thank you, Piers. And I don't think I really do need to respond to the ad hominem attacks. I think actually one of the things that plausibly unites people across all religions, Muslims, Jews, Christians, is that we all recognize that Rabbi Shmuley is unhinged. He's just mentally, in my view, unwell. And I don't say that as an attack. I say that as just a reality, because I've never seen someone.
Okay. Again, it's not just me. Thank you.
Just make things up out of thin air that were never said, and trying to screen that as a defense of Black people. The Black people will never accept Rabbi Shmuley after Michael Jackson put him on a list of people who he felt were ruining his life. So you can stop your pleas with Black America, they won't work. Now, going back to the context of what you've asked us to speak about today, I think one of the things that the world is recognizing, and what we've always recognized, is that there are radical fringe sects that break out within every single religion, amongst every race. There's white supremacy, there's Black supremacy, there's radical Islam, there are all of these Christ cults around the world. And I think right now it's important for people to understand that
Yeah, there's always going to be, human nature dictates there's going to be a percentage of us that do ill. You know what I mean? Like, it's a given. No matter your race, creed, color, religion, whatever. That's sin that we're all born in. That we all have to struggle with. So there's always that potential to go all the way, into that sin, rather than run from it or try to defeat it.
radical Judaism is also a thing, and you're watching an example of it right now on your screen. The person sitting across from me, or sitting next to me, I guess, it posted on his Facebook page in 2016 a tribute to someone who he said was his mentor. That was Rabbi Menachem Schneerson. He said he was his mentor and his friend. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Rabbi Schneerson, there were some Jews who believed that he was and is the Messiah. So rejecting Christ, but believing that that rabbi was his Messiah. Now, you may
Interesting, I will say. Thought I heard something. I got 3 sleeping kitties, and then I hear something. I got 3 sleeping kitties, then I hear something. I don't know.
remember in the news recently, there was this radicalized faction of the Lubavitch Orthodox community in Brooklyn that were digging tunnels in Brooklyn and hurling benches at police officers. Well, and by the way, this is per the Times of Israel, that faction of individuals are followers of Rabbi Schneerson. So again, you have Rabbi Shmuley who believes that that's his mentor. They believed that he was the Messiah. What is it? It becomes important to understand, what did Rabbi Schneerson preach? Well, he preached Jewish supremacism, the hatred of all non-Jews. And you don't have to take my word for it, because if I said it, they would.
Were you watching his face? I mean, it was a smug look, I suppose. He wiped it off pretty quick, but let's just take it one more time. You tell me. Should I? Oh, I gotta make it bigger, I guess. Alright. Now.
Supremacism, the hatred of all non-Jews. And you don't have to take my word for it, because if I said it, they would say that's it.
That look. That look right there. It escaped him for just a second before he wiped it away. I don't know. I'm no expert, but I thought there was something there.
Anti-Semitism. You should instead take the word of the two Jewish professors who
It's muted this whole time, man. Shit. I'm. Did y'all see that facial expression on him or not? I know I was muted, but fuck it. I ain't doing all that again, nigga. Shit. We, I am in a great amount of pain. So, although I would, if you go back now, then you can watch that shit. And you can see his facial expression when she says the Jewish supremacy and like the hatred of all non-Jew races. I mean, that's not exactly that's not exactly what we had in mind. I guess I left the mic a little high, didn't I? Holy shit. My bad, y'all. Especially me, if I'm mixing this in the future at some point. I apologize to you. Your ears were fucked already, buddy. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, honestly, the fact I can still hear is a blessing in and of itself. All right, look. I had to get some water. I'm trying to put some breaks in here to at least, like, because I know I can't, like, I'm in a great amount of pain. But, like, I think I can still try to pick it, here and there, if possible. Oh. All right, now.
translated his work. Those authors' names were Israel Shahak and Norton Mezvinsky, and their book was entitled Jewish Fundamentalism in Israel. From that book, we learned that Shmuly's mentor, Schneerson, describes the difference between a Jew and a non-Jew. And he says, quote, "Thus we do not have a case of profound change in which a person is merely on a superior level. The body of a Jewish person is of totally different quality from the body of all nations of the world."
That sounds very familiar, doesn't it? Who that be? Who that be? It's only 11:30? Hello? Hello?
Um, so I need to take my medicine.
I'm.
I haven't taken it in a couple days, and
Whoa.
now I'm feeling woozy. So, do you think if you bring my medicine, they'll give it to me, or should I just?
She's crazy. I didn't even get the chance to say. Well, I probably did, but whatever. That was like perfect timing, actually. She probably seen this shit on. I wouldn't be surprised that was JoJo calling in, but she didn't want to be known. She didn't want to be known like that. She didn't want to be big time that. Um,
And he talks about the substance of the Jewish body versus the substance of non-Jews, saying that the
oh, that's what I was saying. Again, I apologize. And let me turn down this mic again. That sounds awfully familiar. Like, but that's just this. That's the tip of the iceberg. Once you start there, trust me, it's all.
inequality, quote, is so different and so great that the body should be considered completely different species. So that is a belief. And you can go through his speeches and you will see that he continually talks about how non-Jews should be treated and that, again, we are a different species. This is what Rabbi Shmuley believes in. We have to come to terms with the
I'm telling you. And who exactly were the Bolsheviks? I'm curious now.
the fact that there are Jewish radicals, and it's incumbent upon the Jewish community to call them out. I'm glad that you brought up my rhetoric about Black Lives Matter, the organization, and which was basically allowing Black criminals to take to the street to burn down, to loot, and to riot in the name of racism, because it shows that I'm on equal footing here, that across the board, I do not support supremacism, whether it's coming from my community or whether or not it is coming from yours. And I think the entire world is now paying attention and wondering what is going on in Israel? What is this government? Is this a radical fringe government? And many people are concluding that the answer to that question is yes.
Okay, those are the two opening statements. Rabbi Shmuley, let me ask you this.
I picked Purdue Global because I think having an online platform to learn
So, I mean, that was an actual, mostly coherent. I mean, I think it was coherent, but I'm a little incoherent myself right now. Unfortunately. Just, I started it, so I want to at least get through it, sort of thing. But I don't think we're gonna. It's like pride be damned. It's like, boy, this shit kind of hurts. It's like, well, we're into it now. It's like, well, son of a bitch. I mean, that's just the way it is. Like, until I watch a video all the way through, like, I'm like, I end up just keep coming back to it. So it's like, even if it's a slog at certain points, you might want to just stick to it, whatever you're trying to do.
Where are we now with this war? Because it seems that the people inside Israel are now beginning to come after Prime Minister Netanyahu, angry that his mission to save the hostages is simply not working. We saw 6 more executed at the weekend. Obviously, that's on Hamas. But the relatives of other hostages are saying, for God's sake, bring back the hostages before it's too late. And there's no sign of any deal being done to do that. And there's a lot of pressure on Netanyahu. Is his mission statement failing?
Yes, I will answer that in just a moment. But Piers, your guest just called.
I'll answer that in just 1 second. Piers. She just said this and that about me. And that was literally all your opening statement was it, how can you even talk to a person like is this a person? Like, I'm not, like, is this synthetic? Like, I don't, no, like, I just, I don't think I could argue with a person like this. Is he a lawyer? I wasn't paying good enough attention. I'm sorry. No, he's a rabbi. So then he learned directly from the Talmud. Okay.
Called me mentally unhinged. She called me filth twice on your show. You did not just say to her, Candace, can you stop the ad hominem attacks? Did I ever say anything? I stuck to policy. Can you at least just be fair and say that's unnecessary, Candace, or is this two against one?
Well, no. You spent 4 minutes lacerating her.
Calling me mentally unhinged, is that
you're sitting there to defend that charge?
Is that ad hominem?
You spent 4 minutes attacking her personally. She's perfectly entitled
Piers,
to
with
return the favor.
with all due respect, when one of your guests called.
So he's going to spend all the time complaining about this so that Candace never really gets to pin him down on anything that he believes. He never really can make a real argument against anything that Candace really thinks, because then that would put his beliefs out there, and so it just continues like this, I bet. where he just filibusters his time on everything to just talk shit about her. Try to get her to snap. Which I don't think this one's gonna snap. I think she's pretty tough. It seems like. I mean, you never. Who knows, right? But just from what I've seen.
Calls someone else filth. I think that you, as an English gentleman, should step in. But let me answer your question. No less, the only thing of Christ that Candace Owens has actually fulfilled comes from Matthew chapter 10, verse 35.
Put this in any other way, like even with any other religion, like I'm sorry. Like you're a rabbi, under what conditions are you carrying around the New Testament? Unless I mean, I don't know, I can't. Yeah, let's just not talk about that.
Where Jesus says, I've come to separate and create conflict between a woman and her mother-in-law and father-in-law. My answer to your question about Gaza is that Lord Michael Farmer, a courageous British peer who happens to be Candace Owens' father-in-law, issued one of the most robust and beautiful defenses of Israel that any of us have read since October 7th. He said that, of course, there's a lot of terrible Palestinian casualties. God loves every Palestinian child as much as he loves a Jewish child. He said, but Israel has no choice but to fight this war because Hamas hides in residential areas and under nurseries. He said that
They had under nurseries, under hospitals. Man, that seems like it should be a problem. A moral dilemma, even. Was there ever one of those?
Israel, the savagery of October 7th, demands a response. He said that Israel is doing exactly the right thing. And he said that he's doing all this in response to a, quote, high-profile member of his family. The contempt to not even mention his daughter-in-law, Candace Owens, because he didn't want to say her name. And he didn't even say, I love my daughter-in-law, but because the British remember Hitler, they remember the Battle of Britain, they remember the V-1 and V-2 rockets.
Is he gonna... I thought for a second he was gonna compare her to Hitler or something. It can't be what... That can't be it. No. Oh, man, yeah. Oh, fuck. That fucking hurt. I'm gonna have to go to sleep or try to take a nap. It's only 11. It's only 11:50. Shit. I'm like legitimately in pain, Dave. I mean, they took all four, uh, the back most molars, whatever. I think it'll. I think it's actually gonna straighten my mouth out, which is wild. Like, I might be having like, I don't know, like too much of an expectation, but it looked like my most crooked tooth had like kind of had more space all of a sudden, and I was like, yo, like that was crazy. And I laughed during it. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like they didn't give me no pain med. Well, they gave me the he said it was like, well, first it was like the big Q-tips, and they had like some gel on it that I guess was like Orajel but stronger. Put that in there. Then they came in and gave me shots around each. Then they went in and got this one first. I remember him saying it was cooperative because it came out easy. Then this one, that was only a piece, took forever, like in a lot of yanking. The last two was a little bit of pressure on each, but by the time we got to the last one, I needed another shot right there. I could have done it without it, and I was like, well, I'm not a complete, what's the word? I don't know the word. Because some amount of pain is good, but like, it's so torturous. Like, I don't think I disassociate. I don't want to put it like that, but like, I'm like, it, I don't know what it is, like, but I just like, fuck it, like, this is what we've determined to do. This is what I have to do, and I know I hate it, but at least this way I don't have to get put under. I don't have this pain again, hopefully, forever, but shit, I happen to be sick while I do this, so is it going to be bad for my immune system? I don't know. But I think we'll be fine. It's just a short term that's going to be just a tad bit. I can't think of a good pun, so I'll just say painful and be done with it.
Candace Owens has actually now said that the Nazis were the good guys and it was the allies, the British, people like yourself, Piers, who engaged in the ethnic cleansing of 12 million people based on some documentary she watched called The Savage Peace on the BBC, which wasn't even about the Allies. She always distorts. It was about the Czechoslovakia, a country that no longer even exists.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I gotta get some drink again. I apologize. Holy shit. I forgot. But what is this? Like, what kind of strategy is this? Is it really to just talk? Like, and then if the person is respectful, you just get to just rattle off in a circle for no reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see this as like a winning strategy. Even if a person was guilty of things that you're accusing them of, if that's not what the argument or the debate is about, you look like an ass. In my opinion. Damn, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I am.
And as far as what she said about Michael Jackson putting me on enemies list, that is a total fabrication. It was invented by someone named Dieter Wietzner, who sued Michael Jackson for $64 million, tried to shake him down, and Michael had to pay him $4 million. I worked to save Michael's life. Candace Owens never met Michael Jackson. I was his rabbi for 2 years. I love him.
Okay, well, the fact that Candace has never met Michael Jackson increases the likelihood that she was not involved, right? Or it decreases the likelihood that she was involved. You knew Michael Jackson. You were his rabbi for 2 years. Do you think that increases or decreases the likelihood that you were involved?
I missed him. I tried to get him off of drugs. She said that I killed him. And talk about the contempt for people struggling with addiction, that she would say the Jews killed Michael Jackson. And with all due respect, Piers,
One can almost only smile. One can almost only. I mean, just bask in the sight of it. I mean, performance art can be special. It really can.
you have not said that one of those things, that I'm a murderer, a man who doesn't have a speeding ticket, who doesn't have a parking ticket, is a murderer, and the police have to come and the FBI to protect me. Are you going to say...
Here's what I'm going to say to you, Rabbi Shmuley. Once again...
I'll just talk until you stop me. It won't have any direction. It won't have any purpose. It's solely, its one purpose is to make Candace look bad. In a very awkward... I mean, I feel like... I don't know. That's a different question altogether.
You've just singularly failed to answer my question. So if you're just going to continue every time I ask you a question about the war, which is the point of the debate...
Okay. I'm glad it's not just my mouth. Like, holy shit. Like, why is he just talking, like, but not addressing anything? I don't understand it. I don't understand. Man. It's been a long couple days. Oh, fuck. There's no way this thing is an hour. Maybe Pierce's whole show is an hour and this is up front, right? Because there's no way. Because there's no way they break this guy's shell down. There's no way. It's who he is, you know what I'm saying? Or at least who his money is.
To just launch into Candace or her family or whatever, that's your decision. But in the interest of fairness, every time you speak for 3-4 minutes, well, hang on. I'm now going to let Candace respond if you want to, Candace. Look, it is obviously a matter of public record that your father-in-law, Lord Farmer, did post on X what he posted. He concluded by saying, I point out I'm the Christian Deputy Chair of the Council for Christians and Jews. This was founded in 1942 as a bulwark against anti-Semitism. I mean, do you want to say anything about what your father-in-law...
This is the moment of truth. When you prove what you can do.
Posted or anything else that Rabbi Shmuley just said?
Yeah, I'm grateful that he brought that up, and because it's very disturbing to me to see him try to pretend that my father-in-law distanced from me or said something in favor of anything that Rabbi Shmuley.
Yeah, I caught that one too. Like, oh, your daddy doesn't love you, or your stepdad doesn't love you, or your father-in-law doesn't love you, or whoever. Like, that's kind of wild for a rabbi to like play that card on national television or whatever this is, you know. Millions of people watching.
Is saying he would never do that. It is very important to understand that, you know, he does support Israel, and he has reaffirmed his support for Israel. And you can imagine that within any family, you have disagreements about things, but fundamentally, it's all love, you know. And it's good for us to have these conversations. Prior to him posting the statement, I had just gotten back from vacation with him. Literally 48 hours earlier, there was something incredibly demonic about a person trying to use the Bible at the beginning of a statement, as he did, trying to quote scripture and immediately following it up by trying to pull a family apart. I mean, that is.
She called it demonic. I'm inclined to agree. Not even by the strictest definitions, I don't think. Where are we at on this camera? Because I can't be bouncing around.
Is utterly unholy. And I think the question of holiness and what is holy is relevant to this discussion. I think this is a conversation that a lot of people are having as well. Look, prior to October 7th, I don't think many people were engaged with what is happening in Israel. You know, we kind of all said the same thing. Israel is our friend and ally. I
don't know what happened on October 7th. I assume something Hamas did somehow got through Israel's defense budget of however many billions of dollars. But I don't. Other than that, I don't know. I wonder who funds Hamas? Who trained them and stuff? That'd be an interesting question to pursue, I think. Maybe.
count myself among those people. Post October 7th, the world, and especially I would say Zionists in media, were demanding that we all pay attention. And when we began to pay attention, we didn't like what we saw. You cannot tell me to ever feel comfortable with 18,000 children being ruthlessly murdered. You
Fuck, dog. That's crazy. That's fucking wild. I mean, it doesn't surprise me, but it was still shocking.
can't get me to feel comfortable as a Christian with the amount of more explosives dropped, tons of explosives dropped on Gaza than were dropped in Hiroshima. This doesn't make sense to me.
Huh. How many bombs did they say that we dropped in Hiroshima? I'll look it up later, apparently, because I'm tired. But at least we got locked away, I think. And, because if they only drop one, the nuke, or did they do a firebombing campaign, and then a firebombing campaign, and then a nuke, just for good measure? Because that's how the military works.
Gaza is 30 miles long, 7 miles wide. It's incredibly dense population. And this is, by the way, according to Haaretz, that 40,000 Palestinians have been murdered. I believe they're getting those numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry. And here's what I would like to say to you, Rabbi, since you're quoting scripture, okay? The one that's relevant to me is, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness. And if you'd like to dive into a little more scripture, I think what's relevant is Revelation 3:9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. And I'm speaking directly to you, Rabbi Shmuley. The fact
So she had it in the back pocket. She was ready to use it. I'm always there. Like I'm like, because like the Catholic Church is right there too. In the previous chapter, like they're right there. Like, so sometimes I don't know how to put it. I don't run around telling people everything about everything all the time. I'm inquisitive about everything all the time. Well, not everything, but a lot of things. So I end up, reading up on a bunch of stuff. So I have a bit of a point of view. Okay. I think I might need to get off. I keep thinking I'm hearing something, and it is like, but now Now I realize they're about to start working downstairs, so I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, think you're tripping. It's like, well, if I listen close, oh, okay, that's nice. Alright, let's see, man, because this is almost a waste of time. Like, it's fucked up.
That you would try to say, I am Jewish and this is what I believe, and do and say the things that you are doing. People can see and hear evil, and what you are doing right now is an act of evil. The lies that you are telling, not just on me, but also on my family members, are a good example for the world to see what we are referring to when we call something radical Zionism.
Bravo. Bravo, madam. That's all I could say, because, and how, I mean, how could you expect anything else but for something like that to land based on how you presented yourself on whatever. What?
Okay, Rabbi Shmuley.
Okay, and okay, thank you. And of course, Piers, there was nothing ad hominem about my being demonic. This is a two against one debate. I expected that.
It's not a two against one debate.
And I will, excuse me, no, it's a two against one debate.
You've made no attempt to answer my
question.
question.
No, Piers,
No.
Candace has been trying to answer my question.
Just said,
you're not.
Candace just said, Candace, filth, demonic. There's nothing ad hominem about that. You are correct. You're right, Piers.
Filth, demonic. No. Shit, man. Oh, I need to take a nap. Want my wife to come home and sit in my lap. I'm really perplexed right now on if I want to continue at the moment. Maybe we're nearing the end of this particular exchange and I can just I can look. No way. There's no way. It just replays itself. It has to. Dude, if they wasted an hour of Candace's time like this, I wonder how much they paid, honestly, because this is, interesting, okay.
Candace Owens just said that Israel dropped more bombs on Gaza than on Hiroshima. Hiroshima was an atomic bomb, Candace. Why don't you just read Wikipedia? Israel has nuclear weapons. They've never used them, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Now let's look at Israel's justified defense. Israel admits, and even Hamas admits, to a 1-to-1 civilian to combatant ratio of civilian casualties, which is a tragedy. It shouldn't even be one. But remember, Hamas fires their rockets from nurseries. The United States
Has anybody ever heard the story of Tim Osmond? There are situations where it might benefit a government or even a military in a particular part of the world to train a segment of a civilian population. And there are times when that training is absorbed by someone who then uses it in a less than benevolent way, let's say. It happens. I'm not saying that there's any correlation between this and Hamas and Israel at all.
States and Afghanistan had a 4-to-1 ratio of civilians murdered for every one combatant. In the Korean War, it was 5-to-1. In Iraq, it was at least 2-to-1. Israel has the lowest per capita ratio of combatants to civilians. Candace should acknowledge that. That is what we call a fact.
But you should
as
also,
far as
okay,
Candace
but hang on.
Now, I don't know how long ago this was, but last I was told, Israel had the 4th highest defense budget in the world, only behind America, Russia, and China. And it would be like insanity to think about Russia, China, or America, or France, or Germany going to war with the people we see in Palestine, like rocket launchers, firecrackers, like essentially when it comes to like artillery and stuff that we can utilize against you like with ease. It's like I want it to be obvious what I mean without saying the things that get me blasted off, you know what I mean? So I'm not trying to team rocket this thing. I'm literally not. I'm trying to just be honest about what I see, and I'm not trying to skew anybody's perception of nothing. Just trying to give honest expression as I see it, how I see it. And hopefully be able to, impart a little bit of wisdom. A nigga hopefully got a little bit of wisdom, in life, and will gain some as I go along and be able to impart that as well. And maybe it'll be of use for somebody at some point. Who the fuck knows? Maybe it'll be a cool little place to store all my interviews that I'm going to be starting. Hopefully when I feel better, I can start doing that. And, shit. I hope I will be. I'll be fine. I just feel really run down today, but we can, let's continue on.
You should also acknowledge then that there is a unique demographic in Gaza where of the 2 million people who live there, half of them are under 18. So that's a very different demographic to any of the other scenarios you're talking about. That is what's caused so much international opprobrium against Israel, is the fact that so many.
So they're really procreating up in there. Their birth rate must be sky high up in there. And that's why they're like, oh no, they're going to overrun us like World War Z up in this thing. I got you. So we gotta kind of snip and tuck, I suppose. That's the way they see it.
Children, pro rata in the civilian death count, have been killed. It's that people are so exercised about, and rightly, because what's happened here is obvious. Hamas, yes, they've embedded themselves in civilian territory. Yes, they've built all these tunnels. None of these things are to be disputed. But
No, not to be disputed at all. I'm so sorry. No, I don't dispute that. One thing I do kind of wonder about, and I kind of alluded at it. Now, I'll just say it. I don't think it'll get me in too much trouble, but it's just a question. Like, could you see it? I don't think I should say it. Like, let's say there was a country we wanted to take over. So we have the CIA, like, basically get as many undercovers as they can to, like, stir shit up in the country. You know what I mean? In all kinds of different ways. Maybe some terror attacks or something like that. And then we come in, the terror attacks stop. You know what I mean? Sort of thing. I have no idea. I just typically, I'm like, oh, like, what's the official story? Okay. What's the story? Because that ain't cutting it. Let's see how we. It's at 21 minutes. I keep stopping because I cannot imagine that this goes for an hour.
the problem with going after Hamas in the way that Israel has been doing is that the collateral damage, as they would put it, to so many thousands of children has now tested the patience of the world to a degree that vast quantities of the world are against it and want this to stop. That's the reality.
I think that's a very fair question. You know, and I don't like whataboutism, but Candace Owens never spoke out once.
I don't like whataboutisms, but I'm about to what about it. I'm about to what about it. Shit, I can't wait to say Candace Owens did this, Candace didn't do that. If I could do the snake slither sound without hurting my whole fucking mouth, the sound, snake slither sound, or like it's a little hissing sound. Oh my god, I might be talking too much. Let's just keep it moving.
Against Bashar al-Assad, who killed 600,000 Arabs, and he actually gassed to death children. He targeted them with mustard and poison gas. You remember that President Obama said that's a red line, and then he gave it to Putin to get rid of those weapons of mass
which was
destruction.
completely
God bless
wrong,
President Trump, who actually wait, just a second. Just President Trump got.
Wait. If I don't get this out, I'll have to start all over.
God bless him, actually fired 59 cruise missiles when Assad did that. It's funny because people say that President Trump is anti-Muslim. He's the only one who protected Muslim life. Piers, Hamas has
gave an okay for a drone to kill an American citizen who was an Iraqi, or who was in Iraq. Who may have been a criminal. But since he died, nobody could bring suit.
ruled since 2006. They won an election jointly with the PA. They took the Palestinian Authority representatives and threw them off of rooftops. They then subjected the Palestinians, 1.5 million Palestinians of Gaza, to the most ruthless persecution that we've ever seen. They stole all their money. Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated in Tehran, is worth $4 billion. Now he's fighting with Erdogan, his kids, over who's going to inherit that. Khalid Mashal is worth $3 billion. You and I both know that the Palestinians of Gaza got triple.
He's done it again. He's done it again. There's no point to his ramblings. He's just rambling on. Just ramble. It's a gamble. It's a gamble because he's rambling. Because I don't know what else to say about this nigga. Like, what is that? How do you... I don't know. I mean, like... shit. What if we do something like that? How about that? I don't know. I can't even see the chat on. I just do what I do. Here we go. I mean, when I'm playing the games and shit, like, I can see the chats and I can interact a little bit easier, but on here, I mean, I guess I could, but I doubt that. I mean, you know, I ain't used to nobody being up in there anyway. Alright, cool. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. No. I would, but I mean, like, no, that just... Let me see. Yeah, no. That ain't what we're here for. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love everybody, and don't nobody gotta, like...
The amount per capita, prorated for our times, of the Marshall Plan. All of that money was stolen to build tunnels. There isn't one bomb shelter. The reason why people are dying in Gaza is because that money was used to buy penthouses in Doha, Qatar. There isn't one bomb shelter that from Hamas. Hamas shoots and murders anyone who challenges their authority. They were elected in 2006 to a 4-year term. It's now 20 years later. Hamas specifically, and that's why they're being condemned by the Palestinians right now. They want Palestinian children to die because the more they die, the more...
I don't think the rambling is it's gonna stop. How's it going? Should I? Yeah, I suppose I should. I just do not. I mean, I'm not feeling very well.
You will condemn me and Israel. But let's remember, Piers, your parents are part of the greatest generation. Winston Churchill was told by the Americans, don't bomb German cities, Hamburg, Dresden, etc. at night. You can't see what you're bombing. Do what we Americans have, which is precision daytime bombing. And Churchill said, no, my pilots are more important. We need the RAF.
All right.
And he flattened German cities. And he is considered today the greatest British statesman of the 20th century because he felt he had.
Look, that's a good look right there. I like that one. Let's stretch that one out. Look at him. Look at him. Like, you're really upset. Like, oh, you're not gonna let me finish? But let me finish. Like, you've had an important point to make this whole fucking time. You have not. I mean, like, this is the definition of trash to me. Let me show the audience. I forgot. I ain't showing the audience because there's fucking chat in my way. How do I close it? Thank you. No, this face right here. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, please, let me finish. Let me continue just bullshitting completely and wholly. Like, literally having no point at all in what I'm saying. Just the weirdest shit I've ever seen. I mean, I've seen it somewhat, kinda similarly before, but that is like an egregious example of what they can get away with sometimes. When you have, good faith debates. Like, there are those times when things like that is going to happen. I feel like. Where people are going to take advantage of it or something. Alright, let's see where it continues to devolve into from here.
By the way, the flattening of cities like Dresden was widely condemned at the time, including by many people in Britain, and led to the establishment of the Geneva Convention.
Dresden was Dresden was the last month of the war, but before that, Hamburg and everything else was not condemned.
It led to the establishment of the Geneva Convention after World War II, specifically to stop that kind of thing happening again. So I'm glad you raised that example. Candace, you've got over 3 minutes.
So do you condemn Winston Churchill as a war criminal for Dresden?
No, absolutely not. No.
Why not? You just said that it was wrong.
I actually was going to. I was
Winston
actually
Churchill
going to say
as
the
a war
exact
criminal
same
for
thing.
Dresden?
Well,
please, you said not, but why?
If you're both going to ask me the same question, let me be clear. Winston Churchill was not a war criminal, right? But some of the ways that
Why not? He bombed Dresden and killed 25,000 people.
Yeah, he also saved the world from Adolf Hitler and the Nazis.
Oh, he saved.
His indignation irritates me. Not sure why.
Save the world. So Israel's saving the Middle East from Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Iran.
But it's not, though.
Hezbollah.
Israel's not doing that.
Thank you for answering.
But we, America gives Israel $4 or $5 billion a year, right? Or did that stop? I thought they were doing that as long as I've been alive. Not that I'll ever tell you how long that is. I don't know if anybody else on the stream will either, but fuckers. Better not tell. Let's just continue to bumble forward. Fuck it. I mean, my mouth hurts, but we getting through this shit, and it's entertaining to watch him make a fool of himself. But I just don't get why they would allow this either.
Answering my question,
Well,
case closed.
All right, let me go to Candace. Look,
If I could just interject here, just to respond to that, I was going to say exactly what you said, Piers. Like, Dresden was considered a Holocaust. It was, in fact, a war crime. And there should be debates about what happened in Dresden. It was absolutely horrific that a bunch of Christians were skipping off, on the eve of Ash Wednesday. And then they were quite literally reduced to ashes. It is wrong. And the fact that you are having to reference a war crime to justify what's happening in
As she described that war crime, right? It's almost like he has to fight a smile back off his face. I don't want to have to roll it back, but he got real comfortable in that one because he thought that one was safe, but it was still looking suspect.
Gaza is not a point for you. It's completely awful. When people say, "Oh, well, look at what we did. Look at all these other horrific things we did. Why do you care about this horrible thing that's happening?" I don't even understand that logic. It's completely ridiculous. Look, there is no person in good conscience who should be comfortable with the amount of death that's happening in Gaza. And yes, if you are going to correlate it to Dresden, that would be a fair comparison, except much more has been dropped on Gaza than was dropped in Dresden. So is it fair to call what's happening in Gaza a Holocaust? Is that what we're looking after when you have this nonstop onslaught? And it's completely ridiculous to say, "Oh, well, this is happening because of Hamas." Let's be very
This is you ever think like that it can get to a point where where you're stepping into a world where potentially the best people that you would need to work for you in order to keep you alive would already work for, the enemy, per se. I think there's some situations they can be like that. That seems kind of cryptic now that I think about it, because I can't remember what my point even was. But I'm telling you, my mouth hurts, and I'm in a tremendous amount of pain.
clear. It is happening because the Israeli government will not stop bombing them. Okay. So you had a very sympathetic audience all around the world, myself included, when October 7th happened. There was not a single person that should or could justify the terrorist acts that was enacted by Hamas. But the collective punishment that is being assigned to the Gazans, the Palestinians living in Gaza, is also unacceptable, and the entire world should condemn it, and it should be made to stop. And I do believe that a radical fringe has taken hold of Israel. And further evidence of that, by the way, is that
a radical fringe has taken over Israel. It's not in what's the word? It's not an inaccurate statement. I think it lacks a little depth, a little specificity. But it's not inaccurate. It's accurate.
that we are not even allowed to critique Israel without having people like Rabbi Shmuley, which I never said he threatened to murder me, but he has threatened me for 2 years, essentially trying to bully people into their belief that they have a right.
You never said that I threatened to murder you? We're going to post
No, I never said that you threatened to murder me. Don't cut me off. I did not cut you off.
Okay, I will not cut you off. Go ahead, please.
I did not cut you off. Okay. The point is that now what's happening across America is that you have Zionist organizations that are threatening and bullying people because people are taking a stance against this act against humanity. What they're doing is,
which is nice. No. I didn't cut you off when you're in the middle of your soliloquy. Like, so this is 4 minutes of Candace Owens promo, babyface. You know what I'm saying? Once he'll turn babyface. So and this is devastating. I mean, to be represented this way, and then to have Candace just like, well, I'll just beat him over the head with actual thoughts and ideas, since this is what he's gonna do. All right.
is inhumane in Palestine. And so what they're doing is they're saying this person should get fired. This person should lose their job. The Zionist Federation of Australia just asked for me to have my visa banned simply because I don't support what Israel is doing. And if that is what I have to pay, if ultimately what happens, I get my visa banned because Zionism has a lot of money in media.
Yeah, it's the least of your concerns. I would gather. Like, that's why I was like, whoa. Like, within the intro that she brought out Revelations, I was like, oh no. Like, what kind of security is she gonna need? She wouldn't be able to trust him, because it's the kind of that those people would use. You know what I mean?
Then so be it. It's less of a price than the children in Gaza are paying right now. And as a Christian, I will never support what Bibi Netanyahu is doing.
Right, and what's interesting to me, Rabbi Shmuley...
May I respond?
Hang on. Yes, but let me just say again the question I put to you earlier. It's not just people outside Israel who are now heavily criticizing Netanyahu and his government. It is people inside Israel in massive numbers. And so my question for you is, why? Why are so many people inside Israel taking to the streets to demand that Netanyahu stop this war?
No, they never said he should stop the war. They said there should be a ceasefire to release the hostages because Israel is a cult. Don't interrupt me, please, Candace.
don't remember what the fuck I was about to say. Of course, as soon as I unmute the mic, I gotta sneeze like a motherfucker. Well, let me mute her. Ridiculous, man. Ridiculous.
Because Israel is a culture of life, and every...
Yeah, a culture of life. A culture of life. What the fuck is that?
That's why Israel got into this mess for October 7th. They traded 1,000 murderers, including Yahya Sinwar, who Israel saved at Soroka Hospital in Beersheba when he had a brain tumor. The Hamas Hitler, who's the architect of October 7th, Israel...
The Hamas Hitler. He's got some prepared shit going on, doesn't he? Feels phony to me. I mean, not phony, but just prepared.
Saved his life. It's a culture of life, even for Palestinian murderers. They traded 1,000 for Gilad Shalit. You remember that. And now a whole group is saying, even if it leads to another October 7th, I need my children home. I understand that. Piers, I have 2 sons fighting in this war. I understand the dangers that are being faced. No one's saying to stop the war, not to destroy Hamas. They're saying call a ceasefire to release the hostages because of their execution. But I must respond. First of all, Candace just said that Israel dropped more bombs on Gaza than on Dresden. What's your source for that? Do you know that in Dresden, there were 1,000 Lancaster bombers sent over 2 nights by Churchill, and then 800 American, that's 1,800 bombs. What's your source that Israel dropped more than on Dresden?
So it's just interesting because you realize that you use Dresden as an example to
No.
justify
Answer the
what was...
question.
Huh. Does he have an earpiece in?
Question you just made. No, Piers. This is
I
deflection.
said more tons
you
of
said that
explosives.
Israel. You just made a blood libel against the Jewish state. Dresden
We
was
can't keep doing
1,000
this.
Lancaster
We can't keep doing
bombers
this.
over
And
2
this,
nights.
Gets into,
I am asking you, what is your source?
This is getting very boring.
The answer. Okay, don't interrupt me, please. The answer is
the person who is blood
Piers.
libeling
It's my turn.
is Israel.
Look at that face. I'm so sorry about the sniffling and the snuffling and shit. But look at that face. I think he is very pleased with himself, as if he's won something here. By getting to a point where they're both just talking over each other. But take a look at that face. You tell me. See, look a little smug. A little smugly. Like a little smuggle there. Alright. Anyway, we forget, back up a bit. I don't give a shit. I think that's Gucci. Boom. Alright. Let's keep it rocking. I mean, I honestly, like, this is, okay, so we're almost to 30 minutes, but an hour, bro. An hour. I don't know how long I've been. Oh, well, shit, I've been on this for two hours, but didn't I get up and get a water like I'm about to do right now? Shit.
Israel.
Rabbi
Okay?
Shmuley,
She invented-
Rabbi
I'm
Shmuley, you
sorry.
can't
I am
ask someone a
sorry.
question and then
It is
refuse to let them answer.
So I asked for a
It is
source. I didn't ask for
absolutely-
a
I heard your
Go ahead.
question.
What's the source?
They just immediately just go right back and argue. Hey, Lux. Then make Kitty Deluxe. He's the quarter tail, the baby kitty. What does she call him? I don't remember. I call him Lexington, or like Sir Lexington, or whatever I just said before that. Make Kitty Deluxe, yeah. Alright, let's keep it rocking. Wait, 2 hours on 30 minutes? Are you, you're shitting me. Damn.
It is
We've heard the
absolutely
question.
absurd.
Candace.
I'm going to respond to what you are saying. This tactic of when anybody brings up anything that Israel is doing is wrong, you get to just scream
Okay, you see,
blood
there is no
libel
source.
and
So, Piers, let me continue.
anti-Semitism.
Don't interrupt.
That's, I mean, I think that's a fair criticism that's been levied a lot. And in many conversations I've seen where in certain situations, I don't think it's anywhere near appropriate to be throwing around a term such as racism or anti-Semitism or whatever, but it's, I mean, it's being thrown out quite a bit.
She
And,
invented
oh my
it.
gosh,
I'm
it's
sorry.
a blood libel. It is not
Don't
a blood
interrupt
libel
her
to
when she
talk
won't
about
give
the
a
amount
source.
of death and the tons of explosives that have been dropped on the civilians in Palestine, okay? That is not a blood libel against
You
Jewish
said
people.
that Israel
This is such a
dropped more
nasty
on
and
Gaza than-
perverted.
Well, now I don't really blame her for just kind of steamrolling over Piers and him. She just don't give a fuck now. She's just like, all right, I've played it politely. You know what I'm saying? That's what it comes off to me anyway. It's like, okay, I've played it politely now. And because Piers was a good host, I was able to get my clean minutes. But now he's trying to scream over us as we try to get out of here. So at least I'm assuming that's what it is. But or at least as we try to get out of this last segment. So I'm just gonna steamroll the both of them, if possible, and it looks like she was pretty much successful.
Dresden, what is your
which
source?
essentially says I don't have to debate anymore because I get to just call everybody a person who's accusing me of blood libels. Okay, truly, what is happening right now is that the blood of Palestinians is being shed. Okay.
I ain't gonna lie, when I was a kid, middle school, high school, I had a group of friends with every race, okay, every race. One of the things I did just to piss off some of my white friends was to blame everything on racism. It was for a joke. It was a joke, okay? I didn't think that people would grow up and actually be that shit. Like, I didn't think that was possible. It was wild to me that, like, anyway, I need to blow my nose and shit. I don't want to leave y'all on dead air, though. Oh, baby kitty. Foxy-eared asshole over here. He's so sweet. Can I can show you. Sure. Hopefully I'll scare the fuck out of him. That's how I see him. just chilling. I mean, it's not. It does suck. It sucks ass. It does. Yeah. Mouth. I mean, ugh. But I think it'll be good.
Okay, that is a libel against the Jews. That is a fact and a reality.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, but there's a whole lot of that shit too, where like, I feel like they're like, well, I can't be racist because I'm black, or I can't be sexist because I'm trans, or something. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm not sure that's always the case there. Probably shouldn't put a blanket, absolute statement on things like that. In most cases, I would think it'd be a bad idea to do that.
Against Bibi Netanyahu and this government, which has gone extreme in their response to October 7th. So stop this tactic.
Understood. Piers, can I now have my turn again? All I asked was the source. Clearly, she has none. It was invented out of whole cloth. That's what a blood libel is. A blood libel is when Candace Owens says that the actual medieval blood libel, that Jews killed Christians and drank their blood,
I will
she
pull up the
actually
source for you.
believes that. She said...
Did he just say that? Did he just... What is happening? Let me go back. Let me go back. I just want to make sure I'm like, I've been trying to be charitable because I don't believe with let's just listen, because I want to know if I heard this correctly, or if I need to lay down, which I might need to do anyway. Fuck it, but like, let me listen again.
Libel is when Candace Owens says that the actual medieval blood libel, that Jews killed Christians and drank their blood.
That's what he said. Okay. Well, that's a very odd thing. Is he saying that Candace said that? Let me just back it up. Just a little bit before that.
Source. Clearly, she has none. It was invented out of whole cloth. That's what a blood libel is. A blood libel is when Candace Owens says that the
Okay, so this is what Candace Owens says.
The actual medieval blood libel that
The actual medieval blood libel that Jews
killed Christians
and drank their blood. I'm kind of perplexed as to like the way this came to him, he looks. And again, I'll stretch it on the screen. Shit, fuck it. Look at his face. When I flip it over, look at his face. You tell me the first word that comes to mind after he just said, like, or after knowing that he's about to say, what he's about to say. Yeah. He's ready to drink some blood. At least by the looks of it. By the looks of it, I wouldn't be surprised anyway. But alright. Let's jump back in. I don't know how long we got left. I ain't really been paying too much attention. At 31. I'm sorry. Not really. If I could kiss my ass. I mean, I fucks with you, don't get me wrong, but kiss my ass, I tell you. I'm trying over here, alright? Oh shit, I gotta get that dude's face off. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Alright, I was checking. One of them was texting me. Alright, so.
And drank their blood.
I will
She
pull up the
actually
source for you.
believes that. She's, please don't interrupt me.
I will
She
find you
actually
the
says
source.
that there were Christian bodies found all over Europe. When she said that I am not trying to kill her, we will post right after this, where she said it at least on 8 occasions. That's why she's.
This guy does not actually make arguments. What? I wonder why he would even accept to do something like this.
He's being investigated by the FBI. Because you can lie about me, you can call me filth, and Piers won't, and you can call me psychotic. I've never said that about you. But what you can't do is incite violence against my family. You have repeatedly said I'm trying to kill you. You said the Jews killed JFK. You said if the Jews killed JFK,
you said all this
and we
earlier.
couldn't protect the president. Okay, wait one second.
Can we get back to the
let's go back
debate?
for a moment. No, wait. Let's just go back for a moment. No, Piers, I have to respond to things.
Would you like a
when
source?
Candace says that it is, when Candace says it is.
I have to respond to this. Respond to things that you're bringing up right now. Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem proper in a debate. Like, especially when they're out of context. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong, shit. But you want to see another classic face? Let's try to find it together. Alright, we should have plenty of time to find it and catch it.
Okay, wait one second.
Can we get back to the debate?
For a moment. No, wait. Let's just go back for a moment. No, Piers, I have to respond.
Oh, is that it? Or am I like a frame off? I don't know.
Defense. Would you like?
Yeah, I think that was it.
You said if the Jews killed JFK,
you said all this
and we
earlier.
couldn't protect the president. Okay, wait one second.
Can we get back to the
go back
debate?
for a moment. No, wait. Let's just go back for a moment. No, Piers, I have to respond.
Ooh, boy, yo. Yeah. I mean, some interesting, like, what do they call it? Histrionics or whatever going on over here. Where Piers is more like settled in. He's got his normal, hey, this is my role. Candace looks like, I mean, no offense to her, but like a girl like who got bored with the conversation and is there and not there at the same time. Like she's chatting with somebody else, like it's fuck this, like just in a frame and a still, and this guy's just looking crazy. What's his name? What the rabbi just looking insane throughout this. At different points, looking like like when different movies are animated and the animators drop in a couple frames where the main person on screen looks like crazy, like their facial expression looks like that's what he's done 3 times now. And Candace had a decent one, he's had, 3 like kind of crazy or weird ones. Not that that means anything, but I found it funny anyway.
To things.
Would you like a
when
source?
Candace says that it is when Candace says it is demonic,
You
to
wanted
get
the source from Candace.
I never got.
You
I
wanted
never,
the
I never got between.
Rabbi Shmuley, you wanted the source from Candace.
You
I
will-
think she's.
you will
I
not
think
let
she
me
has
speak.
one. Well, why don't you let her answer? I think she has one.
Let me fact check this source as well. So 70,000
Yes, I want to see where Israel
Let
dropped
her
more
answer,
bombs
please.
on Gaza than Dresden.
70,000
Go ahead.
tons of explosive have been dropped on the Gaza Strip. Let's see
And
how many
Dresden?
tons of explosives were dropped on Dresden. 1 second.
You mean she said it and now she's fact checking it? You're kidding me, right?
Well, you're
You mean
asking
she
me to
said
give
a
you the direct
definitive
source
statement,
live, and I'm
now
going
she
to
is-
look it up for you.
I
So
don't,
give me
I don't,
1
have, I
second.
don't have a computer on me. I
You
don't have a
think-
computer on me. This is ridiculous.
Let her finish
This is a cheat
and
sheet.
answer
This
the
is
question.
absurd.
This
Let
is
her answer the question.
absurd.
Go ahead.
Candace.
So 2,700 tons of bombs were dropped on Dresden in an 800 bomber air raid. And that is according to Britannica, the encyclopedia.
And what
as
was
a
the
source.
tonnage of bombs dropped in Gaza?
In Gaza, it was 70,000 tons of explosives were dropped in the Gaza Strip, and I got that from CNN.
Through the duration of the war to date?
Okay.
Is that the time scale?
Yes.
Okay. So Rabbi Shmuley,
which
that would
they're
seem to
saying
be
has surpassed
So
the
let's be clear. Let's be
Dresden
clear. So
Hamburg.
So let's be clear. They bombed the fuck out of these people. What's a way of putting it that's not a way that could be negatively interpreted? I don't know, man. These people fucking like rats or rabbits or anything that fucking multiplies like wild. Like, they must be, because, like, there wouldn't be any left if, like, I mean, just from what I've known to be going on over there, I'm like, these must be the most resilient people on the planet right now. Like, either them or the Afghans, like, just what the pressure that the world has put on them, like, that they've not only responded to and persevered through, you know what I mean, but strove through, you know what I mean. I don't know how else to put it. There's got to be a bit of admiration there, I suppose.
For
and
11
London during
months,
World War II.
she's comparing an 11-month war to a single night in Dresden. That's clearly absurd. I'm glad that she has her cheat sheet, her computer in front of her. But notice, she made this
Well, you called it a
statement
blood libel.
not knowing what she was talking
What
about.
she
Just a
said.
moment, please.
Hang
Please don't interrupt me.
hang on.
Yeah, interesting. You called it a blood libel, but then you don't want her to actually fact check and make sure that she's not lying. What? He was calling it a blood libel that she said more bombs have been dropped. Dude. Sad. It's sad. Some people are I don't know what's going on here.
What she said, to be clear, was that the Israeli...
It's also in the New York Times.
The Israeli Defense Force had dropped more bombs on Gaza than were dropped on Dresden. That is true. Do you accept that, Rabbi Shmuley?
You know, Piers, I find this an astonishing debate.
You asked?
Wait, first
Do
of
you
all,
accept that's true?
First of all, I don't. Wait. What do you mean it's true? Because she said it's true?
No, do you accept
Do you
that's
have fact
true?
checkers?
The New York Times says it's true.
Is this a serious show? Wait. Every time I
You
try to
asked
speak,
for a source. You called it a blood
She
libel.
made,
You asked for
she
a source.
made a
Fortunately, we
she
had time
made
to...
I really can't. I mean, I like it. You know what I mean? They let him do his thing the whole first segment, right? The whole first 30 minutes. Now, like, just every time he says something that's bullshit, they're just hammering him. Isn't that how it's coming across? Like, to me it is. Because there's no excuse for it, I don't think. Like, and I could be wrong. Like, I don't fucking know everything, but I just know what it would look like if I already said that, and you know what I mean? Like that ain't how we supposed to be doing things. I don't think.
She made, excuse me, you are interrupting me. She made a definitive statement. She admitted she had no source. She had to then use her computer. It's absurd that she has a computer during this debate.
But she was right.
Because she had to look it up. One second.
But she was right.
Now she's saying that over an
Why does it matter? In a debate, you would just sit there until somebody in the crowd looked it up on their phone and yelled it out. So, like, it doesn't matter. I don't understand the point of contention here. But I think he's just an ass. And he's just trying to, anything but to, act, like, in good faith, have conversations about whatever it is this time, the war, apparently.
11-month.
I guess because it puts them in a position where either like those who take them seriously in a religious aspect won't, or those that take them seriously in a political aspect or a national aspect won't. And then what do? So I think most of them, just err on the side of caution. Can't blame nobody.
The war. No, we don't know that she's right because your fact checkers haven't checked it and my fact checkers haven't checked it. But let's just go back for a moment. Israel was attacked in the most savage way, and women were gang raped, their breasts were cut off. Candace recently had a guest on who even denies that women were raped. Now she's saying it's in the New York Times. She said the other day that the New York Times lied and fabricated about the mass rape of women. She had the former press secretary of Bernie Sanders who denies that. Now she suddenly...
I'm gonna watch this through and everything, but if I ever do get to the end of it, I know we've been working through it, but like if I ever do get to the end of this here and move on to the next, I think I'm gonna jump on like some Finkelstein. I don't know if anybody I mean, if you're out there watching it, if you'll know who I mean, but a lot of people have asked a lot of good questions over the years, and not many answers have been given.
Really likes the New York Times. You are speaking to the #1 critic of the New York Times in America. And by the way, this is a typical thing. Candace will say there's no racism in America. Then she will sue, which she did, the Stanford, Connecticut Board of Education for $40,000 settlement against racism. She then went on a show and fabricated and said it wasn't a settlement, it was actually for tutors for 1 month. You tell me which tutors are paid $40,000 per month. She will say that I have no right to bring up her family. First of all, I didn't. It was her own father-in-law who condemned her. But she can bring up
It was her own father-in-law that condemned her. But she could have, like, doesn't. Okay, alright. Everybody, is entitled to seeing things how they want to see them, but if we don't have an agreed framework of, like, reality and what's happening right now, and it'd be one thing if he was like, hey, Piers didn't tell me that this was going to be a debate under these circumstances, so I'm not prepared for that, so the best that I could do is talk some shit. And Candace was like, oh yeah? Well then let's just do that. And like they could just do that on the air. That would be more entertaining. And then nobody would need to necessarily believe anything he's saying. holds any kind of weight to him or to anyone beyond himself.
Brigitte Macron, she can bring up Emmanuel, she can destroy their marriage. Obsess, and you were very good on that, Piers, challenging her. She can destroy other people's marriages. And you know what's also interesting?
But hang on. Hang on.
Wait.
Don't just keep talking.
One final point. The day after October 7th, she said nothing for a few days, never condemned it.
Yeah.
And when
Piers scratches his forehead. After you've been doing the talk to the hand half the damn interview that you're not supposed to be talking during, that's when he's doing it the most, notably. Alright, where are we at? 36. Oh my god, I mean, time is moving a little funky, you know what I mean? I mean, shit, it's 117.
you asked her on the show, she said, Piers, I never talk about anything international. Is Brigitte Macron an American?
But
so
you
she can
just
speak about the genitals of the First Lady of France for months, but not condemn the gang rape of Jewish women?
I've already said to Candace, I don't believe a word of the Brigitte Macron thing. What I would say about what you've just quoted Lord Farmer as saying, you said that he condemned Candace in the statement he put on X. He didn't condemn her. I've just read it again, and there's no condemnation of his daughter-in-law. He simply set
You're
out...
kidding. Read the first line. Read the first line.
In view of
public
public comments from a high-profile member of my family, I want to put my own views on anti-Semitism and Israel's current military campaign in Gaza on public record. Where's the condemnation?
Thank you very much.
Candace?
Thank you.
So where's the condemnation?
Thank you. So let's get the time. So let's get the timeline. Candace says she was on vacation
Where did he condemn
with her
her?
father-in-law 2 days before. Wait,
Where
just
did he condemn her?
You and I can read between the lines on any press statement.
I'm not reading between the lines.
Number one, she says, in
you
view
said
of
he condemned her.
A high-profile...
I've just shown you he didn't condemn her.
He absolutely condemned her.
No, he didn't.
He doesn't once say, it's my
daughter-in-law
Candace, and I love her, but we disagree. Number two, he went on to say that Israel has every right... He was distancing himself for her repulsive, putrid, and reptilian anti-Semitism.
He gave his own opinion.
Why did he start by saying, in light of a high-profile member of my family?
He gave his own opinion. He didn't condemn her. And didn't even name her.
He distanced himself from Candace.
Let me ask Candace a different question, which is this. Candace, why is it, do you think, that so many people in the Jewish community believe that you are anti-Semitic?
I think that's actually a very good question. And just to go back, I'm going to answer your question. I just want to make sure people are recognizing, because he said a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, the nigga said a lot of stuff. What, Matt? Yo, how have you been? Been fine. Got my wisdom teeth taken out, so I'm kind of fucked up right now. Just trying to have a decent stream, and really didn't have it in for that sense. I just said fuck it. I'd say it. But yeah, I was starting to watch this in bed, and I was like, well, fuck it, I should react to it, and here we are, fucking 2 hours and 40 minutes in, and my jaws are throbbing. Pause. 100% due to my wisdom teeth getting pulled out. So, I'm like kind of lucid, kind of not, but we should be fine. How have you been? Are you even still in there? I don't fucking know. I don't really give a shit. It's just like I feel as though I should, but like it takes up space on my screen. I'm limited right now, dog. So like, although I would love to converse, it's like if I don't see it, And on this, like, maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I should just leave it up and see. Wait, can I? I guess I can do that. We can do something like that. Hey, what do you do? I'm still not typing though. Fuck that shit. But at least I'll be able to see it when it comes in though. A little more clearly, maybe. No, because I won't be able to see that. There we go. Good enough. Yeah.
He's not able to counter. He essentially tried to hold me to looking up the sources. We've now found the sources, and it's the BBC, it's the New York Times, and it is the Euromed Human Rights
We have
Monitor that
found no
estimated
sources,
that
and we'll fact check it afterward. You looked it up.
Oh, we'll fact check it afterwards. I don't want to be held accountable to what I say right now in the moment. How dare you, Candace?
During the show,
Tons
I'm
of
sorry,
bombs
go
were
ahead.
dropped on Gaza, and per the BBC, the British aircraft dropped 4,000 tons of bombs on Dresden. So just for clarity,
In a
you can
single
look
night,
that up.
not
He
11
called that a
months.
blood
In a
libel,
single
and
night,
it's
correct.
please don't cut me off. I have not cut you off. He called that a blood.
Don't cut me off, you son of a bitch. I didn't cut you off except for when I cut you off, but you still don't cut me off, you asshole. Yes, he did. Well, not really cut in, just like, what's interrupting and talking with, and I don't know. It could be considered both.
Blood libel because that is a strategy, which is meant to just distract people from the truth or looking into it. So you say everything you say is a blood libel. Now, to answer your question, Piers, I think that's a very good question. And the answer for that is because the media as an entity has been basically mining Jewish pain. The
I ain't gonna lie. Yes. Like, there's only there's so many World War II, Hitler, concentration camp, Nazi movies. Like, a lot of things are centered around that area. Some you wouldn't even expect, or at least parts of significant parts of certain stories are that you wouldn't expect. Reference to that area, or and the same with like how many slave movies there are. Like, you'd think that's something that we wouldn't want to watch, right? Like, so who are those movies for? And I think it's basically to indoctrinate young people into hating one another. Like, I didn't know how else to take it. Like, 'cause I was like, I don't remember if I asked Nick or not, but I remember being young and like not understanding and feeling like, so do they want us to hate white people? Is that what they want? 'Cause like, this movie seems to make it seem like they're all a bunch of assholes. It's like, no, that's not what it means. That's not what you should take from it. I'm like, well, I'm getting a little confused by the like packaging of everything here. Let's continue on.
history of their pain by taking people out of context and presenting things that are as a fact that is simply untrue, things that I've never said. We are watching right now, and that's why I'm grateful for you to provide this opportunity. You are watching Rabbi Shmuley do this live, right? When we talk about yellow journalism and people that take things out of context and try to present it to people with a bunch of hysteria and go, oh my gosh, Candace said this. Oh my gosh, Candace is a Holocaust denier. Oh my gosh, he's called me all of these names, and he doesn't have.
Literally, that's all he's done. Like, almost exclusively. It's like I said, like a very bold strategy. Just bold, absolutely bold. I wouldn't recommend it. I'd recommend anything other than that. quite honestly. I feel like if how sad would it be if that's all that you could do to actually save face in a debate? Like that's what your worldview is, or that's what your position is on a certain subject. That that doing that performance of his this whole time is a net positive compared to anything else that you could possibly do in a debate. What does that tell you? Like, wouldn't that tell you like it's got to be an almost indefensible position anymore? Like, even from his eyes, doesn't that like hurt his own position in the long run still? Whatever. Let's continue.
Have a single fact in there. They just know that if they say those things, it's a trigger. It is reminiscent of exactly what was done for Black Americans for a very long time. They have now since changed their perspective on me, but for a long time, they thought that I legitimately hated being Black and hated the color of my skin because I stood against Black Lives Matter as an organization, and I stood against what.
I ain't gonna lie to you. But once in a while, when you find yourself in a group or a mob and the whole mob likes something, you're faced with a decision to lie to the mob and tell them, yeah, that's fine. No problem. Or say, no, I don't believe in doing that. That's against my morals, to the mob, and saying no. And, you know, like, mobs are notoriously reasonable. So, I'm sure it'll work out. That's why it's hard. Like, it really is, because, like, whenever you're stepping out into that public forum, it's already a fringe of society immediately, because it's only a percentage of the public that engages in it, from the bottom levels all the way to the top. Like, it's still a very small percentage of this population, you know what I mean? I feel like, well, I mean, I guess if you included all the world's YouTube creators or Twitch streamers and all that, all the whole world of all the people who do that shit, it might be different. But I'm just talking about America in particular. I mean, it still wouldn't be, obviously it wouldn't be the whole planet. I still think there would be less people that don't engage in it.
What Black Lives Matter was doing, and the media made them hysterical. She's a Black person who doesn't even want to be Black, and she's a Black white supremacist.
I can't lie to you. I get told because I talk white. I don't know what that means. And then I mean, for so many reasons, just being light skinned, for having white friends and black. That's what I mean. White, Black, Hispanic, Asian friends. Like, I don't. Anyway, let's continue on. But I will say, Black people would be giving me shit a lot. A lot. And by that I mean, like, well, if I'm honest, like, the most prejudice that I got more prejudice based on my skin color from within my group, if I consider myself within the Black group as I do. I got more prejudice based on my skin color from within that group than from outside that group. That's just my particular anecdotal story for that.
They bought that narrative because when the media lies, a lot of people accept that what they're reading is true. But of course, I didn't hate Black Americans. I didn't hate anything other than BLM abusing and mining Black pain, going back and saying, well, it's going to be just like slavery, to distract people from what was ultimately just a fraudulent organization that was actually going to bring more harms to Black Americans in the end. And that's how I feel about the state of Israel and everything they're doing. Ultimately, I believe it's going to yield more anti-Semitism. It's going to make people associate what Bibi Netanyahu is doing to all Jews around the world. And so I think it's important for them to realize it's these same exact tactics of manipulation, the same exact name calling and ad hominem attacks that is not based in fact and not based in reality, but based in not wanting to answer the fair critiques that people have about what Israel is doing. But
that encapsulates it perfectly, like perfectly. We just drop this word at the drop of a hat whenever we don't want to actually explain our positions, and we don't want to actually be accountable for what the country is doing. Almost like a smoke bomb, and we out. But I'm sure he's gonna respond and call her Niger or something. But like, let's just. I mean, oh, he wouldn't do that, right? I mean, he does seem to just want to get her goat, because he smiled earlier when she began to just steamroll the both of them, and I was like, yeah, really, that's what you wanted? Like, if this is an hour long, she can do this right now at the end of a segment. That's fine. Anyway, on we go, onward.
that's a very good question.
Okay, Rabbi Shmuley, I mean, there's some validity to that argument, I think, is that too often I do see people immediately branded anti-Semitic if they dare to criticize the Israeli government. But there's a very big difference between criticizing a government and its actions and a whole people, which is what anti-Semitism is. And do you accept that difference?
The beauty of Israel is it's a democracy. You just said that hundreds of thousands of people are marching against Benjamin Netanyahu. I welcome those protests. It shows that even during war, listen, in 1864, the United
Democracy. In democracy, we bomb hospitals, yo. In democracy, we bomb the preschools, yo. Just to make sure. Ain't nobody hiding up under there. Can't have nobody hiding up under there. I think somebody under there. I'm sorry, my mouth really hurt. I want to be nice, but at the same time, like, my mouth hurts and I want to kind of spaz out, but then that hurts my mouth, and then I'm like, well, damn, I can't even be verbally aggressive. And if I'm physically aggressive, I'm going to bleed out my damn tooth holes. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable, and I'm ashamed of myself for providing the means for this situation to have occurred.
The United States had a presidential election. Some people wanted to cancel it, saying that how could you elect Lincoln when there's a civil war? And they still had the election. Israel's the same. Let's just go through Candace Owens' history of anti-Semitism.
Well, hang on.
That is utterly unconnected.
I will let you do that. I will let you do that, and she can respond. But on my specific point, though, do you accept that it's perfectly possible, and indeed it should be in a robust democratic society, a central tenet of this, that Israel's government and its prime minister should be criticized by anyone who chooses to criticize them, without the people who criticize them being branded anti-Semitic?
Of course. I am a very close friend of Netanyahu, and I criticize.
We may have found another face. I don't know. I am a president of the very president of a friend. See, I could get you class ticket to Israel. But the guy is a little interesting, I will say. I mean, it would be interesting to find out like that the people who escaped the concentration camps wound up, like, wouldn't that be like poetic, like, in a sense, like to escape a concentration camp as people and then start to create a, for lack of a better term, concentration camp like atmosphere for another group of people. Very interesting. Like, that would be for a fictional plot, like, right? Like, nobody can imagine anything like that ever happening. I can't. Shoot. And if I was writing a book like that, I'd probably make it so that country paid a terrorist group to start doing terrorist activities against itself so that it could get justified going in there further and further. Like, that's what I'm putting in my novel. And, like, to be honest, I'm going to make a short screenplay out of it, too. Like, because I can run that one in, like, 90 seconds because it's outlined. And the book, I can make it, so much more detailed, whatever, for a novel. But I think that would be an interesting way to go. I'm not sure where I'm at right now. I'm flying. I hope I'm not giving too much away. I do got plans. I don't really even remember what I was just talking about. I'm getting comfortable again. My voice feels like it's failing. I'm getting comfortable, but I gotta get up and get some goddamn water. But I felt worse, honestly. And then the timing of it, like, I got sick and was starting to feel better, and then got these yanked out of my mouth. And then I had yesterday when it happened, and then today and tomorrow, and then nigga, we gotta get back. We gotta get back in there and get back to work, nigga. We done missed too many days. At least I'll try. You know what I mean? If I can't, I don't think they'll give me any problems or anything. That's a really good company, honestly. They're good people. But all right, I can't even get through one video. 20 minutes left in this bitch. All right. Like, I ain't trying to complain about it, but, like, I mean, I kind of want to play GTA or... See, I did 2K. Let it play a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But, like, I like to actually play shit. And so, like, if you see Skyrim on, that's me. If you see GTA on, that could be JoJo. I ain't gonna lie. But more likely it's me, unless you hear me say otherwise. You know what I mean? I'm sure enough, or I'm sure soon enough, she's going to want me to play something off her PlayStation 5 on the stream. So that'd be, something. And I still want to set up like a legitimate interview. I don't know how she's going to respond to it, or if she's going to take it super seriously. But I'd like us to do that. And, like, get her thinking about life from a different angle, maybe. Who knows? But let's continue with this video.
him allowing Qatar is one of the most duplicitous, evil governments in the world. They house all of the leaders, the billionaire leaders of Hamas. I criticize Benjamin Netanyahu, my dear friend, for allowing money to go into Hamas in the belief.
Introducing the first Dell Copilot Plus PCs.
No, 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 no. I said, who the who? Yep, you gonna do. Who the who? Yep, you gonna do. Who the who? Okay.
Armenian genocide, something that Candace Owen blames the Jews. She actually says that Kemal Ataturk was led by the Jews to the Armenian genocide. By the way, the Armenian genocide took place under the Ottoman Turks, not Kemal.
Anybody else just like put off by how just the volume, the volume at which like he's throwing all this information that we know from inception, from word one of sentence one, has nothing to do. Is he aware of this? He's got to be aware of it, right? Fuck it.
Ataturk. She has no sense of history, and she just fabricates constantly.
Okay,
But let's just look for one moment.
Okay, on the specific
wait,
point.
one second. Yeah, but let's just go through her history of anti-Semitism, please.
Yes, you said you had specifics of Candace Owens being
I will. Yes,
being anti-Semitic. What are those examples?
Okay. You see, the Jewish community did not want Candace Owens to be anti-Semitic.
I'm really anxious to see what this is going to be. I'm going to roll it back so I can get it clean. But I'm anxious to see what this statement is about to be. The Jewish community did not want Candace Owens to be anti-Semitic. Are you giving the game away, or are you know what I mean? I don't know. Let's come over here. Can we just back it up right here? Alright, this is when he gets interrupted a second time. Here we go.
Let's go through her history of anti-Semitism, please.
Yes, you said you had specifics of Candace Owens being
I will. Yes,
anti-Semitic. What are those examples?
Okay. You see, the Jewish community did not want Candace Owens to be anti-Semitic. This is actually a tragedy that a woman gifted by God with such eloquence has decided to become a purveyor of hate. And when she said in 2018 that she has no issue with Hitler because if he was a nationalist, but then he wanted to go beyond her borders, even then we didn't call her an anti-Semite. That's an absurd thing to say, that you had no issue with Hitler. Hitler, even domestically by then, had enacted all the Nuremberg laws. There was already the November 9th, 1938 pogrom.
Hang on. Wait, just to clarify.
I'm getting some good pauses in right now. Again, I'm not sure if you can see. But some of the faces that you're seeing from are really interesting. The rabbi, that is. Too many pronouns, pal. Alright. Whoops. There we are, I believe.
Let's take these one at a time. What do you believe she said about Adolf Hitler in the clip you're talking about?
She said that there was no issue with Hitler except for the fact that he went beyond his borders. If he was a nationalist,
let's play the clip.
Let me play the clip. But my point is, no one called her.
In the interest of fairness, I'm going to play the clip so that viewers who've never heard it can hear what actually got said.
Yeah, I agree. I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets, the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. You know, he was a national
Socialist is a big part of that title that he had, which was a national socialist, correct? That was the National Socialist Party. And socialism and Marx and all of that was always leading to the same place. Wouldn't have mattered if it was Hitler or whoever. Eventually, power would be sought out by those most inclined to grasp it. And those people are typically dark triad types. And most of us aren't conditioned to deal with them very well.
socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German, everybody to look a different way. That's not, to me, that's not nationalism. In thinking about how it could go bad down the line, I don't really have an issue with nationalism. I really don't. I think that it's okay. It's important to retain your country's identity and to make sure that what's happening here, which I think is incredibly worrisome in terms of the decrease in the birth rate that we're seeing in the UK.
Yeah. I don't have any objections so far. And yeah, the birth rate is down significantly. And I'm concerned to see how how those who have who were brave enough to get the that thing. How many are able to have kids and can have kids without defects of some sort? Because, I mean, a rushed trial thing like that could come with consequences that you wouldn't see for 50 years. So, and to do it on that many people is sketchy. But I can't say anything. I don't know anything, as I'm not a scientist. So you gotta ask Fauci or whoever you gotta ask. That's between you and your whoever you pray to.
UK is what you kind of want to avoid. So I don't have I have no problems with nationalism. It's globalism that I try to avoid.
So, Candace, on that specific point, would you say that Rabbi Shmuley has categorized it correctly or not?
He's just openly lying, and that's why he didn't want you to play the clip. I was in the UK.
Exactamundo, lying openly. And that is exactly why he did not want that clip to be played. And I'm like, at this point, I'm not even, like I said, like, I was expecting dude to be slick, like for him and her to have like a classy back and forth. That was my initial thought. I'm not on anybody's side here, so I don't know either of these people. I wish them the best. This is I'm gonna try to get through it. Let's try to get through it.
By the way, I was at the Royal Mobile Club. There were Jewish journalists in the room, and nothing was written about it until months later when somebody was working on a hit piece about me. I was answering a question when they were saying, how can we just embrace the word nationalism when it sort of has this dirty feel? And I was just essentially saying that I actually don't have an issue with nationalism. I think it's totally fine to be a British nationalist, to be an American nationalist. And the problem is that it's wrongly attributed. That word, I think people instantly associate it with Adolf Hitler. And I would argue that he wasn't actually a nationalist because obviously he invaded Poland and he went beyond German borders. I didn't even mention Jewish people. I didn't mention the Holocaust. And suddenly you have people like Rabbi Shmuley who are pretending that I got up.
Lordy, lordy, look who's turning 40. I don't even know, man. It's just embarrassing. Fucking embarrassing this dude is. Like, the rabbi. Too many pronouns, but yeah, I know. I mean, like, but holy shit. It's like, I don't know. I hate to say it because, like, it sounds bad. But, like, in the wild, men will listen to reason. But if you are trying to reason with another man in the wild, and I'm talking like Wild Wild West, whatever, and you're arguing your position like this guy is, I feel like they'd probably kill you. They'd be like, he's a liability. Like, I mean, I'm not. Again, like, I don't, obviously I don't wish that on anybody, but I'm saying, like, that's the kind of, there's no way. I mean, he can't be like that all the time. He's just like this to fuck with Candace. Like, that's what's most believable. Is that he's just there to insult her, and to try to get a rise out of her, and not let her dunk on him too much. But right now, I guarantee you, like, I guarantee you that maybe that's a little too much. She's a married woman with children and whatnot. I was gonna say her balls, like I bet his forehead smells like her balls from her dunking figuratively on him, and she obviously doesn't have balls, like, so it wasn't. I wouldn't want people to be upset. I don't think she would have got upset, but still, she is some deaf people's mom, and I shouldn't take too many liberties. And somebody's wife, so I shouldn't take too many liberties at all. But anyway, let's keep going.
Up there and I defended Adolf Hitler. It's just, this isn't
That
good
is not
business.
what she said.
And
We
this is
just
why I
we
say
just watched the
right
clip.
now,
What
please
she's-
don't cut me off. Please do not cut me off. A huge issue that you have right now is this dishonesty. If you really want to understand why Israel is facing a PR crisis, why Zionism right now to people doesn't feel good and they don't want to associate themselves with it, is because it seems like it takes so many lies to maintain. There's no reason to misrepresent what I said and to tell people that I support Adolf Hitler, other than the fact that you want people to hate me. And so I'm deeply appreciative of the fact that you guys had that.
It actually reminds me a lot of how Scientology moves. The motherfuckers harass the fuck out of people, like, daily, or they'll just put out a bunch of nonsense stories about them and to their own people. You know, it's very similar with the Jehovah's Witnesses as well, where, like, if you get, what do they call it, disfellowshipped, if you get disfellowshipped to, like, your own family and shit can't talk to you, like, until the church determines, like, that you're in good graces again or something, like, along those lines. Mormons have something similar. It's very cultish to me. I can't say for sure, but this Mormon lady came in here. I talked to her openly and honestly, and I mean, at one point, she, like, the look on her face was like, let me see if I can express it. I don't know. But like something like it, I was like, yo, we were nice through, but when she left, like I was like, did you thought like there ain't nothing behind those eyes? What the fuck? But I mean that's probably an exaggeration. But I was like, shit, I'll talk to him, and then they gave us the Book of Mormon, which we ain't looked at yet. I should look at it. I should fucking stream it. Stream it like while we go through it piece by piece online here. I don't see why not.
May I
ready to
continue?
go.
Well, you may respond to what she just said
Piers, may I
and to that
continue?
clip. Now you've watched it.
Okay. She keeps on saying lying. I never said you shouldn't play the clip. I'm actually happy you did. She said if Hitler had only focused on domestic policy, she would have had no issue with him. His domestic policy was to the Kristallnacht, burn down 3,000 synagogues in a single night domestically. That was not in Poland. That was not in Czechoslovakia. His domestic policy was the 1934 Nuremberg.
Is there any other religions that worship in a synagogue? Or am I might be off. Let me see real quick. I'm gonna do a quick Google search, y'all. Just give me a minute. But that being said, what was I gonna search? Anybody remember? Oh shit. Oh yeah. I want to know if anybody else worships in synagogues. Yeah. Back to Revelation 3:9. The synagogue of Satan. Okay. Anyway. Let's jump back in here. Turn my mic down.
Laws. His domestic policy was a complete dictatorship where he destroyed the Bundestag and subjected and created Dachau under Himmler. So those are the historical facts. Now but what I said was even then, the Jewish community gave her a pass. She explained it. One mistake, people make mistakes. Here's her history of anti-Semitism. She's not going to be barred from going into Australia because of anything she said about Israel. That is a fabrication. She's going to be barred. Australia is my wife's country, born in Sydney. She's going to be barred to go to Australia because she's a Holocaust denier, because a 100-year-old victim of Yosef Mengele, the angel of death's experiments, came forward and said, "You are going to traumatize me all over again."
It kind of looked like he was praying to Mengele there, didn't it? Like he was closing his eyes, bringing his hands together, then averting his eyes upwards while saying his name, the angel of death. Very strange. And have you ever thought about that? Is there any other crime that if you deny that it took place, you'll get arrested for in human history? Why do they get such special treatment? I wonder. I mean, whoever does, I don't know who gets that special treatment, but whichever group does get that, I wonder why.
He actually said that Mengele's experiments, the fourth worst person in Nazi Germany after Hitler, him.
These mushrooms make you feel better.
it was a fabrication. She's an out and out Holocaust denier. And Australia, God bless them, took in so many survivors after the war, including my wife's family from Slovakia.
Well, let me ask Candace Owens now.
She said that the Mengele experiments were false. Go ahead.
Let me ask Candace Owens now two things. One, are you a Holocaust denier, or do you accept that 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis in the Holocaust? And secondly, do you believe that Joseph Mengele did what he is reported to have done and has been since World War II ended?
I'd like to see some more evidence, honestly. Candace can answer however she pleases, then let's see.
Thank you for those questions. No, absolutely, I am not a Holocaust denier. This is, again, another fabrication based off of a monologue that I did in which I was putting pressure on the American government to explain why it is a fact that we learned all of these things about the horrific things that Nazi scientists did. And to be clear, Piers, I did not even mention Joseph Mengele's name in this skit at all. I spoke about all of the things that we learned, that we were told over the years, some of which ended up being rebutted, and there were tons of that part doesn't matter. The point is, the end conclusion of that is that the CIA, via an
I get the feeling that Ben and the Daily Wire and some other people thought that she was a little dumber than she actually, or didn't realize she's as smart as she actually is a better way of putting it. Just the way they seem shocked and they don't come with any real argument is strange.
operation known as Operation Paperclip took the Nazi scientists and brought them to America.
Yeah, Operation Paperclip. I don't think I touched that one. But literally every, or almost every industrialized nation, almost everyone that has a space program took in Nazis after World War II. It wasn't just us. It was, us and Russia got the most of them. But Japan, India, China, some others all broke up these German scientists. That's why there's so much conspiracy theory around Operation High Jump in the 50s down in Antarctica, and them taking platoons of people and that didn't make it back, and Admiral Byrd's flights down there, and why people think that basically the world submitted to Hitler and his regime down in Antarctica because they had fallen angel technology, or alien technology, you guys would call it. But I don't know if any of that's true. It's all hearsay, crazy ass speculation to me at the moment because I ain't got no evidence for it. But I'm just telling you, that's where that little pipeline of thinking leads certain people.
Where they continued horrific experiments on Americans. That's the full context of that. So they pulled out a statement, one sentence where I said, we've heard all of these sorts of things that they've done, cut people in half, sewed them back together. And I said, that sounds like a ridiculous waste of time. And when you pull that clip up by itself, it sounds like I'm just diminishing all of these stories, when in reality, I'm saying, let's take everything at face value. Let's say everything we've ever heard was true. Why on earth would the American government acquiesce to bringing these scientists over to America? And as a fact, Dr. Mengele was not one of the scientists which was brought over to America. So,
but just to be clear,
I did wonder that myself. I was like, they're like, well, no, they worked on rockets and stuff. They weren't working on, and I'm like, okay. They weren't working on people. They weren't working on like a Superman, Uberman. Okay. They weren't looking for any kind of supernatural relics that they could possibly get their hands on. Okay. Anyway. Forward.
Saw that
Just
clip.
to be clear, you accept. Hang on, I'll come to you, Rabbi Shmuley. To be clear, you accept the Nazis murdered 6 million Jews in the Holocaust.
Yeah, I have never once in any of my appearances
No, I'm just asking you to clarify.
denied the Holocaust atrocities.
Okay.
Ever.
And you accept that Joseph Mengele was a despicable man who perpetrated horrendous crimes, including experimenting on Jewish people when they were still alive.
Isn't it crazy how they harangue you into like answering whether you're a specialized racist? Like every debate they get into, they want to call that person specialized racist against Jews. And it's kind of like, what are the chances? What are the odds that so many different? It's kind of like black people, to be honest. They're just the flip of it. That's why I think they're Esau and we're Jacob, and they have a specific deal that is working out for them at the top very well. They're the only ones involved in it in case people get frisky, like they need to do something you don't. You need to do better for yourself in your own life and your own relationships.
All of the scientists, the Nazi experiments that were done were horrific. And that's why I was saying they were so horrific that it makes you go, why on earth would the American government in this clandestine operation bring over the Nazi scientists who then became a part of our CIA and continued experiments onto America through to the 60s and the 70s. And
Right,
I was
well, let me ask Rabbi
what those
Shmuley to
experiments
respond.
were that was done throughout the Korean War.
Rabbi Shmuley, your response.
And I read it.
After this debate, we will post every single clip. That was a complete and utter fabrication. What she said was that she doubts that any of this happened because it was, as she just said, a waste of time. The whole Holocaust was a waste of time. Hitler had no winter equipment for his soldiers in Stalingrad under General Paulus in 1940.
No. We're gonna go ahead and let it rock. I'll come in if I.
42 because the boxcars were taking Jews to Auschwitz. You see, that is what hatred is, Candace. It's where you hate so much that it becomes self-destructive. It's what's happening to you. You're a very gifted, eloquent broadcaster. You are self-destructing before America's eyes because you have some issue with the Jews, not with Israel. So let me continue. You actually said that Theodor Herzl was a Frankist. By the way, when you attack Frankists as a bunch of Jewish pedophiles, you forget to mention they all became part of your religion. They all converted in 1757 to Catholicism. You always omit that. But you said that Theodor Herzl was a Frankist, and you said he set up the state of Israel as a refuge for pedophiles. This is before Gaza. This is before Rafah, as a refuge for Jewish pedophiles. You always refer to Jews as pedophiles.
Well, I don't know if Candace is Catholic or not. If she is, that's her business. If she's not, then I was like, whoa. How would I go about doing this, huh? I can't put that on play, you know what I mean? I guess we would drag it until it was big enough. And then we would say this. No. I guess this. Properties, no. It's exactly how I did it. Oh no. Okay, can't see it very much. Let's take this one. Alright, let's see how that works. Good enough for me for now.
It's the main word you use about Jews. And every historian knows that what began in Norwich in 1099 with the first blood libel, where the Jews were falsely accused of taking a Christian child and drinking his blood, you actually believe that. You said that Christian.
I'm not sure I should say this because the algorithm will probably catch it. But maybe if I can disguise it a little bit. Like, imagine in Blade, if you've ever seen Blade, right? Wesley Snipes. Imagine there was a vampire. For sake of argument, let's just say he was a rabbi, I guess. And fuck. And he never drinks blood. But then they gotta do a manual circumcision. And this begins a ritual that is carried on by others, where they perform a circumcision and they drink the blood from the boy that they circumcised, because they realized that blood was specific, like very powerful. Just a fictional, thing there. Has nothing to do with any real non-fictional entities. But if it was in the movie Blade, it would make sense, right? But that's what they do in real life for no purpose. Well, I wouldn't say for no purpose. It probably is black Enochian magic of some sort. But I'm not trying to really get all into that because it's a black hole of negativity if you just... Because I really like to know things. But you'll end up down a black hole of well, everything is kind of up in the air still, to an extent. Let's keep going.
Christian bodies, this is before Rafa, this is before Israel, that Christian bodies were found all over Europe. And when you speak about pedophilia, it's funny, you just converted to Catholicism. In 2002, Pope John Paul II, a pope that you would probably like, he was very conservative, he was a great man, great friend of the Jewish community, recognized the state of Israel, sent an ambassador in 1994. He apologized, very frail, to the world Catholic community, saying that at least 2% of all Catholic priests were pedophiles. Later, Pope Benedict XVI apologized again. I met Pope Benedict, a great man, great friend of the Jewish community. He said it was 4%. Then Pope Francis raised it probably even higher, 6%. We know 1 million people, almost 1 million people, children in France alone, according to the French government, were abused by Catholic priests. But you've never once condemned Catholic pedophilia. Everyone knows it was the biggest scandal in the world, but only the Jews are pedophiles. Is that anti?
When your argument about pedophilia is, well, it's not just us, it's you too. It's not just us, it's you too. Okay. Good one.
Okay, let me ask Candace, do you condemn pedophiles in the Catholic Church, Christian pedophiles?
Yeah, he's just lying again. Actually, on my show, I spoke extensively about Frankism, and I told people that there was a conversion into the Catholic faith. And one of the things that I believe is that all of the Abrahamic religions have been infiltrated by Satanists, and that is what I've said. So they've decided to pull apart only the piece where I'm talking about Judaism and not where I'm speaking about all of the faiths having been infiltrated.
Again, I don't think she's wrong there. I think all of the religions, period, have been infiltrated. If you're just thinking logically and objectively and pretending like Lucifer is a legitimate, eons old being, it's one of the first things that you would do in order to control people's beliefs. You would infiltrate each and every religion. Maybe even create a few.
And speaking about how it's important for everyone to recognize this so that you can realize that there is this sort of satanic cult that's operating within all of the faiths. And I think that they use Christians and they use Jews and Muslims as well. I've said that on my show multiple times, so he's just absolutely lying about that. I think the difference here is that you'd be hard pressed to find a Catholic that would in any capacity defend pedophilia. Now, regarding what he is saying that I said Judaism is filled with pedophiles, that is objectively a nonsense. I am a Christian. I'm aware of what the first 5 books of my Bible are. That would be me insinuating that, okay, well, the first 5 books of my Bible are inspired by pedophilia. That's absolutely false. What I said, and I'm hopeful that this is something that the rabbi will agree with, is that it is a fact that Jewish pedophiles, American Jewish pedophiles, escape and run and hide in Israel, where they are given.
Well. But let's just take just this. I mean, I feel like I just want to take just a step back, just a little step, and I want to do some GTA too. Look at this shit right here. This is the shit. I'm out of my mind right now. I don't know why I continue to do this, but I don't even remember what I was reacting. Well, Judaism isn't inspired by the first 5 books of Moses. It's inspired by the Babylonian Talmud. They latch on to it the same way that the Muslims do to try to give credence to their ideas of child love, and keep their old pagan beliefs alive. The same with the Roman Catholic Church. There is no large body that I would trust specifically that I know of today of humans, especially not in the supernatural side of things, you know.
Safe harbor by the government. That is a fact. They will not extradite our pedophiles. That is an absolute nonsense, given the many billions of dollars that we give to Israel, that we can't get back the men that are raping children, okay? And I can't imagine a single person that would think otherwise, that is not a nonsense and that we should not be giving back those pedophiles. And to be clear, it wasn't Candace Owens who researched and came up with this. It was an incredible Jewish organization that looked into this, talked about.
Oh no. cannot call them anti-Semitic. What do I to do? Oh no! My best weapon, my best shield, my best defense, gone. What am I to do? All right. This just came down. It's okay. Sorry, Candace. I got you paused. It's weird. All right. Here we go. Let's.
How wrong it was and brought it into the mainstream media. If you don't like that Israel is harboring pedophiles, that's not on me. That is on the state of Israel. Okay? Again, I am condemning the state of Israel for harboring American pedophiles.
It's like, yes. That is. I'm getting sucked off right now beneath this, beneath the frame. Getting topped off by a 12-year-old. That's just what I do. But you're trying to shame us as if we are different from you in some way. But that's because you're a racist, anti-Semitic, anti-black, anti-lesbian, anti-gay, anti-Trump, anti-Biden, anti-white, and anti-everything. Good. Until next year when that's not good, and then we'll have to have this conversation again. Yes.
Pedophiles and not extraditing them. Do you have a disagreement there, Rabbi? If so, please share.
Thank you, Candace. Not only is that an absolute lie and fabrication against Israel, the most famous example, the country that will now bar you from entering because you're a Holocaust denier, not because of Israel, because a 100-year-old experimentee of Mengele came forward and said, "Do not subject me to this trauma."
And the Interior Minister of Australia said, "Wait, what's it?" Well, she just said it.
No. But she denies Mengele's experiments,
and that's not when they've literally just said 6 million Jews got killed in the Holocaust.
Wait.
That's not Holocaust
denial.
Wait a second.
Come on, come on, Piers. You're more subtle than that.
It's not about
you
being
can
subtle.
say that
it's
6
about
million Jews
died.
You can say
she believes
of course you could be a
happened.
Holocaust denier. Why don't you let me answer, please? You could say that 6 million.
If Piers gets tired of you too, damn. What the fuck?
Jews were accidentally bombed by Curtis LeMay and by Bomber Harris, and there was no Zyklon B. She said that
Zyklon B is a very interesting thing. If you want to have a curious little journey, just research Zyklon B effects on human skin. And then separately look up how those stricken with the gas, Zyklon B, were reported to have looked from the people on the ground from World War II. See if you can tell that, like, of course they'll be exactly the same because it was Zyklon B that was used. I'm sure, I'm sure that whatever effects that Zyklon B has on people is what you will find in those people who were gassed. But let's continue.
Mengele did not do those experiments. By the way, this is not my decision. This is the government of Australia that is barring her. Please don't interrupt me, Candace. The most famous example in Australia of a Jewish pedophile. Please don't interrupt me.
Yeah, again, I think it's like he has to start from the beginning if she interrupts him. I'm starting to think Binks might be outside or something. I'm gonna get a water. I'll be right back. Yeah, I don't know. I ain't seen. I don't know. I'll be back. Whatever. You know what's crazy? I'm gonna tell you something crazy. So, honestly, I ain't been sick or hurt or nothing the entire time me and my wife have known each other. Like, at all. And then in this week, in 3 days, 4 days, I get sick as fuck. I go into work. I work for a couple hours, and then I'm like, nah. Come back home, got a fever, whatever. Can't come in the next day because I'm still like feverish as fuck, and I'm not feeling right. Then I get my teeth taken out, my fucking wisdom teeth taken out, and I'm going through that shit. You know what my wife said to me? I'm gonna put it in the worst way I can possibly put it, right? It's like, she was like, well, it was a perfect test, like, to see how you're gonna react when, like, you're sick or you're hurt or whatever, to see that side of you. And I was like, well, at least you wait for things to naturally happen. You don't have to create them. But I'm lucky she's not one of those. She doesn't do too much of that. I mean, I can't think of any offhand, but all right, we gotta get back into this. All right. Let's get into this. Mute this. Let's get into it.
The most famous example of a Jewish pedophile was a woman named Malka Laufer. She was a religious woman from Melbourne, Australia, and she apparently abused 74 children. She ran to Israel. She was prosecuted by Israel, extradited. She's in Australia being prosecuted right now. This is a total fabrication. And it comes down to what Candace has, the most unhealthy obsession with Jewish sexuality.
But is that story that you gave, is that anecdote, is that indicative of, like, what one would expect for all those fleeing? Because you would think if that was what was expected, then people wouldn't flee. They would just stay here and do their time here. Like, they live here for a reason. But I don't want to get into that quite yet. So let's continue.
Notice that everything, we all know that the Vatican, of course, took cardinals, like the Cardinal Archbishop of Boston, and gave them the highest positions in the Vatican. She has never criticized that. Only Israel. Now, Candace, let me ask you a point-blank question. Did you say that Theodore Herzl, you said he was a Frankist or descended from Frankists. Again, Frankists all became Catholic. He was Jewish. Did you say that Theodore Herzl set up Israel as a haven for Jewish pedophiles?
Okay, First and foremost, I just want to debunk your claim that what I said was a lie. It is in CBS News, and it was the Jewish Community Watch, an American organization that tracks accused pedophiles, who has been trying for years to find a specific pedophile. They are the ones that brought this to the forefront, and CBS News partnered with them.
What's the name of the pedophile? What's the name of that pedophile? I just gave you a name, Malka Laufer. What's the name of that pedophile?
Well, they were tracking down
you
a
don't know,
pedophile
do you?
named Carew.
Now let's go to the Vatican.
Carew.
How many people they allowed? How many cardinal archbishops were protected?
Please don't cut me off. Please don't cut me off.
Okay.
You told a lie, and so I'm debunking it live for you. The pedophile
What's
they were
the
tracking
name
down
of the
was
pedophile
Jimmy.
they're looking for? What's the name?
I'm trying to say it for the third.
Man, he's got some good ones, huh? My God, the stone's on you. Okay, let's, I mean, dude, I just, there's really nothing left to say. I mean, the dude made himself look bad to me, in my opinion. Candace didn't have to do anything except for not, laugh maniacally as she danced on his fucking tombstone. Like, that's the only thing she had to not do, and she won.
Third time. His name is Jimmy Julius Carew.
You're looking it up right now? You mean you said all this and you had no idea?
The title of the article in CBS News is entitled, How Jewish American Pedophiles Hide from Justice in Israel. CBS News teamed up with a Jewish organization and came to this conclusion because they were the ones that brought it to the forefront. So courageous Jewish people who are calling this out as something that is wrong.
Do we really need someone to read off the internet in a debate? This is not your show. This is a debate.
Okay.
I am debunking.
Did you say that?
This is not your show. This is a debate. I don't understand where he's coming from. He just, well, I guess I do get it. If facts are going to bury you in your argument, then you need to stay away from the internet. You need to stay away from any ability to fact check anything. You need to stay in the realm of emotion and subjectivity, and prey on people's fear or their hatred.
Theodore Herzl created the state of. No, Piers, did she say that Theodore Herzl set up Israel?
We are getting too obsessionally sidetracked into pedophilia.
No. This is one critical thing. Did she say that Theodore Herzl set up Israel as a haven for pedophiles?
I want to end. We've got to end the debate, and I want to end the debate by giving you both this opportunity. Right? You are both religious people. Right? Every religion purports to be peace-loving. Right? Religions are supposed to spread peace and harmony and love and respect and kindness. Whether you're a Catholic, as I am, as Candace is, whether you're a Jew, as you are, Rabbi Shmuley. So I'm going to ask you both, and I'll start with you, Candace, to say something nice about Rabbi Shmuley.
He still has a chance to repent and accept that Jesus is king. That's a good thing about it.
Be a Christian. What would you say?
Yeah, I actually deeply appreciate Rabbi Shmuley having a platform. It's not something that I've ever said I want his platform stripped away, because I think that he does more in terms of revealing what it is that I'm speaking about when I'm talking about radicalism than anybody else. And so in that way, I'm grateful that he has a platform, and I would never call for him to be banned from anywhere. I hope he gets a megaphone, and I think that
as a
people
human being,
watching his behavior today.
Do you see any saving grace as a human being?
I think I will pray for him. I will pray for his conversion into Christianity. I don't think it's normal to lie like that and feel nothing, but he continues to do it. He's filing FBI reports against me over pizza. I don't have any hatred in my heart towards Rabbi Shmuley. I really don't. And like I've said, I hope he forever has.
I don't know what's happening there. I can say I'm not surprised at this outcome, because it was literally like you see a what's things called, like like, it flattens the asphalt now. It's like you see one of those coming down the road, and he's like, he has however long they had before this debate. I'm assuming at least a week, probably. To figure out what he's going to use to stop it, to to stop this. I mean, I don't want to say a bulldozer, but a bulldozer, if you will. And he's just like, he winds up just running out there and placing his body to just to be mashed, just to be mashed on. I'm like, what is he doing? This is sad to watch.
As a platform, because I think that it showcases to the world what it is that I'm speaking about when we speak about radical Zionism.
Okay, Rabbi Shmuley, do you want to say something nice about Candace Owens?
Absolutely. She is gifted by God with incredible eloquence. I think she can repent and cease being a force for hatred against the black community who call her Candace, who have rejected her utterly. She is one of the most despised women in America by the black community. She is doing a whole new tour to be reaccepted. I think she can use her eloquence to apologize. Instead, she essentially hinted that the only reason she attacked the black community for the past 4 years, calling them stupid and dumb and can't vote for themselves and cry wolf and racism, was because she was forced to do so at the Daily Wire. I call it the Daily Liar. Maybe that's correct, but I think she should take personal responsibility. Saying that Israel was created as a haven for Jewish pedophiles by Theodor Herzl is not the way she's going to repent. Saying that she defends Kanye West when he says he loves Hitler. Hitler killed 10,000.
I don't, just because you support somebody in a struggle that they're having doesn't mean that you, encourage their every fucking move and thought and tweet and fucking action and behavior from then. No. Or before, you're not responsible for what other people do, and you can be supportive of people without being culpable for the mistakes that they make. I don't know where this kind of shit really came from, honestly.
Jews a day, 3 9/11s a day for 4 years.
Okay.
Between 1941 and 1945.
I think we know
wait,
the greatest
wait, one second, please.
No,
Piers.
I know the
And
greatest
wait, one
hits are
second,
coming.
please.
It's fine. We've heard them.
But
All
you know,
I wanted
you
you to
wanted
do
to
was
speak.
say something
You
nice.
said
I
think
didn't want to hear the
she
Rabbi
could use
Shmuley
her.
greatest hits
I
of how
think
awful
she
Candace
could
Owens is.
use.
That's how we started
I
this.
think she could use her eloquence to repent. That's all.
Okay.
And I think finally that
JoJo's
if Candace
on the loose.
could just come forward and admit that as a Christian, Jesus
Said
said
JoJo's
clearly
on the loose.
that you cannot approach him except through the Jews. He said that the Jews are the root and Christians are the branch. The fact that we in the community consider her the #1 anti-Semite in America means that she cannot relate to Jesus. So I'm saying become a Christian. That's a very nice thing to say. The fact that Jesus said, I am sent only to the lost sheep of Israel. Come and learn about the Jewish Jesus. You know what, Candace? I'll give you a free copy of my book, Kosher Jesus. It teaches you about the Jewish Jesus. The meek shall inherit the earth. Love your enemies. Turn the other cheek. Don't say, and stop calling me a killer. Stop saying I'm trying to kill you. You've said it over and over again. You are saying what Henry II said. Rid me of this troublesome priest.
I think we've established your.
This man is unhinged, and he has been for an hour straight. What? Can you see the mic? You can see it. You want to hold it?
Yes, I can say something.
JoJo wants to step up to the mic, y'all. And I've been.
I'm literally agreeing with you, bro. I was gonna say he is. Wait, what did you say? He was out of pocket. What did you say he was doing on the whole interview?
What was I saying?
I don't know. You basically said he was being out of pocket the whole interview. And I've been here like a minute. And just from what I've seen, in a minute. Maybe not even. Maybe a little bit more. He does seem out of pocket. He seems cuckoo.
He was screaming and yelling and loud.
And this is like.
Piers Morgan's shit.
Yeah.
I think it's just a YouTube show now.
Oh, it's not like the news?
I don't know if he's on a network anymore.
Oh, okay, because I couldn't tell. From over here, it looked like it was like a new news broadcast. But I couldn't tell.
It just says Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Which one is Piers Morgan?
What'd you have to say to the people?
That I'm agreeing with you that he's cuckoo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we back, baby. Alright. Well, I made it through, y'all. Shit, that was an hour. That was a long ass hour. How long did it take me? 4 hours and a minute. I think that's about right.
Wait, so does that mean when I called you on stream?
Yes. I had to mute the mic because you started talking like immediately, and I was on speaker, and I didn't think to say. I didn't know what you were gonna say. So is this even okay? Yeah, but yeah. So we made it through this hour-long interview, which is just hell. I wonder. Let's look at some of the comments real quick before we go. I was gonna jump on something, but I might need to take a nap. My ass is fucked up. I don't even see no oh, okay. Yeah. The word anti-Semitism lost its meaning thanks to this rabbi. Like this. Shmuley owned Candace because Shmuley destroyed Shmuley faster than Candace could. I must thank Shmuley for single-handedly ruining Israel's entire PR campaign. I can insult you. You have to turn the cheek. If you don't, you are anti-Semitic. People be wild sometimes. Anyway. So what are we doing here? What are we doing? What is it that we are doing? You see that? Well, really, that's gonna come off. Bam. That's the old stream. I'm about to switch over. Play some GTA. Unless you want to do something. Huh? Alright. I don't know what I'm going to do. I could try to get 6 stars again. At least at first. Get back in the groove. Get warmed up. But I've been on this bitch for 4 hours. Alright. Oh man, my mouth fucking hurts. But y'all, if I don't see ya, what should we say? That's funny. Like, Rattlesnake TV uses that keeping you armed and dangerous. And Russell Brand uses stay free. And I've got videos from 12, 15 years prior to this saying stay free, stay safe, stay armed. Hope you and your people are never harmed. And we out this bitch. And that's how I'm going to end it right there.